Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is a meeting of the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission. Today is November 13th. We've got a fairly short agenda. First agenda item is roll call. Ms. Jones.
Okay, good morning. Calling the roll, Commissioner Anderson, are you present? Either in the room or online? Commissioner Bayless?
Here.
Commissioner Brankard?
Present.
Commissioner Barunda? Okay. Commissioner Chapman?
Present.
Commissioner Langer?
Present.
Commissioner Fry?
Present.
Commissioner McWilliams?
Present.
Commissioner Rosatos?
Present.
Commissioner Sloan?
Yep.
Chair Thompson?
I'm here.
Commissioner Vigil?
Here.
Commissioner Laney?
Present.
Commissioner Zemlik? Chair Thompson, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And I'd welcome everybody that's here on the commission. I noticed that it's just like when I teach a class, everybody's far away from me as possible. And I also welcome all the members of the audience. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is approval of today's agenda. Yes.
I move to approve the agenda. Commissioner Vigil.
Second, Commissioner Brankard. Okay, before we vote on it, council has reminded me that the one version of the agenda, item number 6, does not mention all of the parties that submitted briefs in this particular issue. And so there are a couple of other people, at least one other person, and that is Matthias Sayer with the Water Alliance and possibly Jennifer Bradfeud. Okay. All right. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda discussion. Since everyone's here, we don't, in past meetings, we've had somebody online and so we've done a roll call. But since everyone's here, we can just do this by voice vote. So all in favor of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next agenda item is approval of the minutes of the October 14th meeting. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Chair Thompson, I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you.
I second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes of the October 14th meeting, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Next on the agenda item is public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for persons wishing to make comments on items before the Water Quality Control Commission. However, these are comments of a general nature and do not pertain to any item on the commission's agenda. I recognize there are many people in attendance who would like to speak on the commission's consideration of the proposed rule regarding treatment and reuse of produce water. However, we've received extensive public comment on this over the last year and a half. At our August 12th meeting, we had over 3 hours of public comment. So and then before that, during the 11 days of public hearing, we had approximately 22 hours of public comment. There will be lots of opportunity in the future to receive public comment. So with the commission's consent, I would propose that we do not hear public comment on the proposed rule for treatment and reuse of produce water. As I said, there will be plenty of opportunity in the near future. I appreciate that. What's the commission's pleasure? Mr. Bayless?
Let's hear them. Mr. Chair, I would note that we are not in the public hearing right now. Okay, so therefore, the comments that we receive will not be part of the record in this proceeding. When and if we get to a public hearing, there will be provisions each day, twice a day for public comment. Those comments will be on the record and will be able to be considered by the commission. And so that's just to note.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Okay, Commissioner Sloan?
Mr. Chairman, well, I hate to stymie public comment. I agree that there is going to be a lot of more to say about this particular topic on the record. And in the interest of efficiency, I think your suggestion is a good one.
Others? Okay, I believe it's within my authority to say that we are not going to receive public comments on the produced water treatment and reuse rule today. Okay, is there anybody that would like to speak on any other topic related to the Water Quality Control Commission? Please come forward, state your name, and if you're speaking about the produce water rule, we are going to ask you to step down. Yes, ma'am. Turn on the.
I am Marlene Parrott. I am a Sister of Mercy, a member of the Partnership for Earth Spirituality, Communities for Clean Water. I am going to speak on the moral and ethical issues of hearing. Public hearings is constitutional and also have asked the public to give their input so that the voice can present science and the best method of protecting our environment. One of the things that I would like to say is that when a predetermined decision is already made prior to the hearing, it makes a sham of all of us, and it really attacks the constitutional provisions for all of us citizens. We hope that sham perfunctory gatherings are not repeated in this New Mexico government possibility of protecting the environment. Thank you.
And I would remind folks, this is not a public hearing. This is a public meeting.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joan Brown. I'm a Franciscan sister, and I'm with Communities for Clean Water, the Partnership for Earth Spirituality, and also New Mexico and El Paso Interfaith Power and Light, the founder of that, and the former executive director. And in the recent months, I've gone before the Water Quality Commission in the past and have appreciated you're really considering the ethical, moral considerations of water and some concerns of New Mexicans. But within the last several months, I've been at a loss for words at your actions and your lack of deliberation and your lack of ethical and moral courage. And with that, I've been reflecting a little bit on Pope Francis and a teaching document called Laudato Deum, which came out before one of the COPs meetings, and we're right now in a COP meeting. He was addressing technology a lot and the fix that we humans have gotten ourselves in with our water, land, and air, and that we cannot get ourselves out of that with certain technologies, and especially when we're not looking at all of the implications. The document says, consequently, a broader perspective is urgently needed, one that can enable us to esteem the marvels of progress, but also to pay serious attention to other effects that were probably unimaginable a century ago. What is being asked of us is nothing other than a certain responsibility for the legacy we will leave behind once we pass from this world. So the commission is charged with very, very serious responsibilities. So I have been upset with NMED, with the commission. I've prayed about this and I thought, well, what can I do about this? And what came to me were seeds. And I have some seeds that I would like to give you. The seeds hold more than seven generations of genetic material, of memory. The seeds that I have are from Isleta Pueblo, they're Bolito bean seeds, and they have voices, and they really want you to listen to decisions that you're making for more than 7 generations. It comes down to what is being asked of us is nothing other than a certain responsibility for the legacy we will leave behind once we pass from this world. And that legacy is not going to be held by corporations, especially oil and gas corporations. And I bring that up because I work with communities of concern in the Permian Basin. It is for New Mexicans, for this sacred land, water, and air. And we have a responsibility for more than 7 generations. So I would like permission to give each of you one of these seeds that you might listen to what the seeds are saying, to what the communities in New Mexico are saying, and what everyone here, because we love this place, we hold it sacred, the land, water, and air, and it is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to mention, as is custom, we're limiting public comment to 3 minutes per speaker. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Pat Florence, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the general dynamic of what's going on with this commission. I appreciate you all taking the time to deliberate these decisions, if that's indeed what you're doing. Those of you who are not doing that, we see you as the public. We know what's going on. We know that many of you are trying to do what's best for New Mexico and best for the environment and best for the water in New Mexico. Others of you we know are not. We know that you've already made your decision. Even though the Water Quality Board has already made decisions on certain topics, we just ignore those decisions and come fresh to this commission, and again with preconceived decisions in mind. And just the public sees you, and we don't like the lack of ethics that's going on. I'm beside myself, and I want to say a lot of really, really, really harsh things right now. But at the same time, we, I'm going to try to restrain myself because I'm pissed off, but I want to be civil about it. Try to do the right thing without being unethical and without violating the law. Thank you.
Chair Thompson. We had a little disruption there. I did not hear his name. Could we get a repeat of his name?
His name is Pat Florence, I believe. Okay, next, please.
Good morning, commissioners. Wow. Okay. Let me lighten things up a bit with one of my favorite cartoons. I'll show it to the audience first, and then I'll describe it.
Could you please state your name?
Oh, yes, Michael Swearingen. I'm a science teacher. I teach climate science. There's a dog on a tightrope above a crowd of people, and he's on a unicycle with a hula hoop, juggling with a jar in his head and a cat in his mouth. And it says, high above the hushed crowd, Rex tried to remain focused. Still, he couldn't shake one nagging thought. He was an old dog, and this was a new trick. Speaking as an old dog, I don't like new tricks either. But why are we talking about oil and gas? We have 300 days a year of sunshine. Solar technology is booming, becoming cheaper. It's way safer. Here's why. Here's why we're here doing the same thing we did over 16 months. Big money, over $1 billion a year to get rid of toxic fracking waste.
Mr. Swearingen,
Yes, I understand you're going to cut me off. This is from a science article using Permian oil and gas that has fracking waste, and they purified and cleaned it. Here's what came out of it. This is the clean stuff.
Mr. Swearingen,
This 3% is the stuff we know about. 97%, they don't even know what's in it. This 3% we know about
Mr. Swearingen,
has stuff like
could
benzene,
you please step down?
hydrogen. No, I prepared. Please honor my time.
This is
I'll be done in a minute and 30 seconds. This stuff causes cancer. It needs expert appraisal. We did that over 18 months, and now you've reversed it. Okay, well, they then tested this clean water on bacteria, plants, things that eat plants, and fish that eat them. It killed them all. We need experts making these decisions, not oil and
Could the
gas.
next speaker please?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to leave.
Again, we will have plenty of opportunity for comments, public input on the produced water rule when we hear it. So please state your name.
I'm Penelope Maines, up from Albuquerque. Thank you for being here, commissioners. I'm going to address legality in New Mexico. The formation of a group recently calls themselves WATR. I think that stands for wannabe wigglers around the rules. Get it? WATR, wannabe wigglers around the rules. It is illegal for a group to relitigate an issue under a different name until they get their preferred result. The wannabe wigglers want to do this. In addition, the wannabe wigglers want to break the Water Quality Act that requires scientific evidence to underpin any new rule breaking. To underpin any new rulemaking. And no such evidence has been presented. But wiggling is for worms on a fish line, for dancers, for children, and people being silly. It's not to be used against the rules and the legality in New Mexico. Abe Lincoln believed you could tell the character of a person by giving them power. You've been given power. I believe you have it within you to stand up to the wannabe wigglers, the people who want to get around the rules and legality in New Mexico. But wiggling is for worms on fish lines, not for the futures of New Mexicans.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Parlato. I am from Albuquerque. My comments are regarding the fairness and partiality is the cornerstone of justice. At the heart of every just system lies one indispensable value, and that's openness to the merits of the case. When those charged with judging in an administrative tribunal takes sides before hearing the evidence, the very idea of justice collapses. Neutrality is not a courtesy, it is a constitutional mandate. Our Water Quality Control Commission, or WQCC, must act as a neutral arbiter of science and law, not as an arm of the executive or an industry ally. New Mexico law is unequivocal. Due process demands a fair and impartial hearing before a trier of fact who is disinterested and free from any form of basis, quote unquote. And that's from New Mexico Board of Veterinary Med versus Riger, 2007. The WQCC's own rule 20.1.6.102 from the New Mexico Administrative mirrors this mandate. Quote, no commission member shall participate in any action in which his or her impartiality or fairness may reasonably be questioned. Neutrality is therefore not optional. It is a legal condition precedent to legitimate decision-making. Yet the July 7th email chain from the governor's office directed commissioners to, quote, get this over the finish line, expressing clear executive support for the produced water petition before any evidence was taken. This instruction strikes at the core of neutrality and the openness to judge the evidence. When decision makers are told in advance what outcome to deliver, they cease to be adjudicators and become instruments of influence. That violates not only the WQCC's rules, but the basic moral architecture of justice. Courts have long recognized that the appearance of bias is as damaging as bias itself. As the New Mexico Supreme Court wrote in Reed versus Board of Education in Optometry, 1979, quote, our system of justice requires that the appearance of complete fairness must be present. Even if a commissioner believes they can be fair, neutrality cannot survive a reasonable perception that the decision was preordained. Justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. Neutrality also protects science.
Thank you, Ms. Parlato. That's your 3 minutes.
Only an honest commission can fulfill the legislature's
Ms. Parlato,
mandate to
please
protect New
step
Mexico's water based on credible scientific data and to protect the land and the people that we love. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mariel Manassi, Chair. They, for some reason, the YouTube, they're not seeing it. I've gotten at least 3 texts from a reporter, a legislator, and another person. So I'm just wondering what's happening.
We're working on it. Next, please. And these are comments of a general nature. They're not specific to agenda items that are on today's agenda.
Hello, my name's Leandra Schuler. I came up here from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I had to find a babysitter and it was very difficult. So I do want to be heard. All of you have a responsibility to protect New Mexicans' water. There's a lot of evidence showing that that's no longer what you're doing. And I hope that you will rethink your positions on that. I want a future here in New Mexico. and I think most of us do. So I really hope that you will listen to the comments. New Mexicans don't want New Mexico or gas companies to run our water system. Most of my friends who are my age cannot come out here during the week to talk and give comments. So I hope that you will think of the New Mexican families who hope to raise their children here. Thank you.
Good morning. Chris Jones from Albuquerque. Water Quality Control Commission derives its legitimacy not from power, but from trust. And trust rests on integrity. Integrity, in turn, is built basing its decisions on merits of scientific evidence and the assurance that decisions are made without prejudice, favoritism, or political interference. For members of this commission, neutrality is not just a personal virtue, it is a public duty. The Water Quality Control Commission members swear and uphold the Constitution and the laws of New Mexico. As the Supreme Court stated in Los Chavez Community Association versus Valencia County, quote, basic safeguards all have one goal: to ensure that the decision maker is not biased, unquote. Without that assurance, integrity evaporates. The July 7 communications from the governor's office to cabinet secretaries erased any pretense of integrity. They instructed the commissioners to appear in person, to vote for the WTAR Alliance petition, and to coordinate hearings in politically favorable counties. Such coordination transforms neutral arbiters into agents of executive will and undue political influence. That is not integrity. It is, I'm sorry to say, corruption. When the public sees that outcomes are prearranged before hearings can occur, confidence in every subsequent decision collapses. This is precisely why the Governmental Conduct Act and the Commission's own rules command public officers to, quote, conduct themselves in a manner that justifies the confidence placed in them by the people. Integrity is measured by intentions, not by intentions, but by actions visible to the public. Honest adjudication is essential not only to protect the parties before the commission, but also to preserve the credibility of environmental law itself. If science and public testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Therefore, to reestablish public trust, the commission must disqualify all members whose neutrality has been compromised, and to affirm the future proceedings will be guided solely by evidence and law.
Okay, sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara Grothus. I'm a proud anti-fascist from Albuquerque. Ethics are clearly not on the agenda here today. It is horrifying, but likely not shocking for the public to learn of the taint of collusion and corruption by the governor's office with cabinet members and this commission to break public trust, New Mexico laws, and due process. The behavior of this board in meeting behind the scenes to thwart the will of the citizens and the voice and spirit of our air, land, and water is beyond disappointing. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Thank you. My name is Rob Hirsch. I'm the co-founder of the New Mexico Healthy Soil Working Group. And I'd first like to say I was very shocked to hear most of you trying to deny the First Amendment rights to speak up when we have things to say. So there was only one commissioner here who said, let's hear them. Where were the rest of you in that choice? There are sacred principles of soil health. One is minimize harm to the soil, minimize external inputs, minimize harm to the soil. And using produced water for agriculture is a dangerous proposition, dangerous to the health of our land and the soil, the microorganisms that live there, and dangerous to our health, extremely dangerous to our health. I have unfortunately been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and it's from the environmental contamination that exists that people get Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease and other autoimmune diseases, as well as cancer, as well as a whole host of dangerous diseases that affect families all over the world. And for you to sit here and contemplate without really knowing for a factual purpose what's in this produced water, for you to favor using it for public purposes, including potentially agriculture,
Mr. Hirsch, we're not talking about the produce.
is an outrageous proposition. And
There will be
you should be ashamed of yourself.
to talk about produced water at future meetings.
I'll talk about it if I dare, please. Do you have a Parkinson's disease? Do you have cancer? My time isn't done. They haven't had 3 minutes. Well, my time is not done because this affects all of us. I've had metals in my system from a hip replacement, cobalt and other metals. Johnson. Unless I have my 3 minutes.
Standing your ground.
While I'm waiting, I'd like to tell you, this cobalt and other metals that got in my system from my hip replacement.
Please step
Johnson
aside.
& Johnson knew what they were doing, and they got subject to class action lawsuits. If you care about the gas and oil business, you can help them, because if they do this, they know what's in this water. They're going to be held responsible and liable, just like you guys are going to be held responsible and liable. With great power comes great responsibility, and you have not shown responsibility to the people of New Mexico. You've abandoned your integrity, and it's disgraceful.
Would the next speaker please take this down? Yes, your time's up. I turned it off because you were not complying with the instructions that we gave. Just take a break. Sir, I'm going to ask security to remove you. You've had more than 3 minutes.
You don't have a clock.
I stopped it.
Then I'll use my time and go.
Yes, you've been there more than 3 minutes. Please step aside.
Just one more point is,
Please step aside, sir. We're not speaking about the.
Johnson knew about and still sold these products, like the way the oil and gas industry 50 years.
We have asked the state police to come and escort you from the room. Again, you'll have plenty of opportunity when we hear the produce water rule. We're not hearing that today.
Mr. Chairman, There are plenty of other people who like to speak, but they're being prevented from speaking right now.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Sandra Stolberg. That's kind of emotional to see this gentleman who'd been poisoned by products that were put into his body when there were agencies and organizations that he should have been able to trust to make sure that those things were safe. And he has repercussions from that. And that's just not okay. And that's really what we're looking at here. My comments are a little bit different. The legitimacy of the Water Quality Control Commission, this commission, rests on one foundation: fairness. Every person in every community affected by its rules has the right to a hearing before a fair and impartial tribunal. That right is not optional. It is the essence of due process and the condition for public trust. The commission's own rules codify this obligation. 20.1.6.6 MMAC establishes the objective to, quote, assure that commission hearings are conducted in a fair and equitable manner, unquote. 20.1.6.102 NMAC requires that, quote, no commission member shall participate in any action in which his or her impartiality or fairness may reasonably be questioned, unquote. These are mandatory duties, not discretionary guidelines. When decision makers participate despite the appearance of bias, any resulting action is void. The facts here demonstrate precisely the kind of prejudgment our courts have condemned. As the New Mexico Supreme Court held in Reed v. Board of Examiners in Optometry, it is not necessary to prove actual bias. It is enough that, quote, in the natural course of events, there is an indication of a possible temptation to try the case with bias, unquote. The July 7th email chain and, quote, huddle instructions from the governor's office reveal that cabinet secretaries were told this administration is supportive of the produced water reuse petition, unquote, and that they are needed to, quote, get this over the finish line, unquote. The damage is not theoretical. When commissioners take their seats under the explicit political direction, every New Mexican watching sees a tribunal that has been compromised. Editorials, protests, and ethics complaints have already made that loss of confidence clear. As the court warned in Living Cross Ambulance Service v. New Mexico PRC 2014, failing to remove biased decision makers, quote, seriously affects the fairness, integrity, or public reputation of the proceedings, unquote. Fairness is more than a procedural formality. It is the soul of public service. The Water Quality Control Commission exists to protect water for all New Mexicans, not to deliver outcomes for political patrons. To fulfill that mission, it must act as an independent tribunal bound by science, transparency, and equity. Every vote cast by the commissioner whose impartiality is reasonably questioned violates the commission's rules and the Constitution's guarantee of due process. The appropriate remedy is not partial correction, but full restoration. Disqualify those compromised, vacate their votes, and reaffirm that the WQCC belongs to the people and not to the administration.
Thank you, Ms. Stolberg.
Good morning, commission members. I'm Tim Buxton, a retired high school science teacher from Albuquerque. I want to bring up what has happened in Texas recently because it is a warning to us in New Mexico. I will be brief. From the Texas Tribune of May 28th, 2025. Under Texas HB 49, the law which was signed by the governor and took effect September 1st of 2025. Companies that sell treated water can't be held responsible for the consequences if someone else uses the detoxified water. In other words, oil companies cannot be sued for damages, nor can those who treat or transport the detoxified water. The Texas legislature should have protected the public by allowing the oil companies to be held liable for damages in case of damages caused by treated detoxified water. They did not do that. Therefore, we in New Mexico may also have no protections from non-standard water damages. And because of that, to protect ourselves, we should vote to maintain New Mexico's original wise finding in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
My comments will be quite brief. Everybody has said everything that I was going to say.
Please state your name.
My name is Roxanne Pacheco. And what I have to say is the rule of law is under attack in this country, as we all know. We need you, commissioners, to adhere to legal and ethical requirements and to act with integrity, honesty, fairness, and impartiality. Please do so. Thank you.
Hola, muy buenos días, comisionados. Mi nombre es Miriam Loébano y vengo aquí como residente de Santa Fe, como miembro de Poder Familiar, un programa de ERKER y también representando a mi comunidad hispanohablante. Estoy aquí porque mi comunidad está muy preocupada por el futuro de nuestras aguas. Estoy aquí porque las familias de nuestro estado merecen protección ante los riesgos de poner, de echar, de aventar residuos tóxicos en nuestros ríos y tierras. La propuesta de las siglas que no voy a mencionar porque quiero acatarme a lo que ustedes nos pidieron, busca revocar una regla establecida justamente para resguardar la salud pública y el ambiente. Esa regla fue fruto de escuchar la voz de expertos, científicos o integrantes de la comunidad. No podemos permitir que la descarga de agua tratada que contiene miles de químicos desconocidos e imposibles de regular o eliminar completamente del medio ambiente sean arrojados estas aguas, ya que existen estados y testimonios que confirman que estos contaminantes representan una amenaza real para el agua y la vida de Nuevo México, de nuestros hijos y nuestra comunidad. Además, es una decepción aprender a través de un leak que la oficina de la gobernadora arregló el voto de la comisión para acelerar que este proceso que favorece a las empresas petroleras. Esto es una violación de la imparcialidad y de nuestra confianza. Ustedes deben estar protegiendo nuestro bienestar, no el interés privado. Este tipo de procesos destruyen la confianza de la comunidad en sus instituciones y ponen en peligro la democracia misma. Por eso, exijo que ustedes, comisionados, por favor, sean el recurso y que rechacen de inmediato esta petición, que no voy a nombrar las siglas ni en español ni en inglés. El agua es vida. El agua debe ser protegida para todos nosotros y para nuestro futuro. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Volkman. And I really appreciate the speaker 2 speakers ago. Excuse me? Wendy Volkman.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the speaker 2 speakers ago who referred to truth and integrity and the rule of law under attack in this country and not associating yourselves with that. And I second that. The oil and gas industry lost fair and square earlier this year after an 18-month process that was thorough and thoughtful and included expert testimony. This revisit to the rule decision tells me that the commissioners are biased. If you think that we don't see that and understand, you are mistaken. Regulations and rules are created for a reason to protect people and land and water, life. Please hear us, respect the rule.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you, Commissioner Bayless, for opening the discussion with "Let's hear them."
Can you please state your name?
My name is Sharon Argent Bright. I've been a nurse for over 45 years, Masters of Science prepared, retired U.S. Air Force Nurse Corps officer. I came to witness this. I'm here to speak up for our rights. I demand honesty and transparency. Has the fight over water rights come to this? As we say in the military, we must stop the line. Lives are in jeopardy. These politics stink. Witnessing what we have in the WATR case, I'm convinced our fight is not over. God bless the 7 counties who will proposedly host water recycling. The people will block recycling oil field waste. Thank you.
Good morning, Water Quality Control Commission and New Mexico Environment Department and all the guests here. My name is Samuel Pearson. I'm here to make a comment on docket matter 25-34, as I feel most of the other comments I've heard today are. I am really concerned about the health and longevity of New Mexico's public water sources, and I speak on behalf of all the people of New Mexico and other areas whom rely on the health of our waterways in requesting to disqualify and dismiss the petition by the group calling themselves the Water Access Treatment and Reuse Alliance. We know that produced water or hydraulic fracturing fluid is harmful and not safe to drink or discharge into drinking water supplies or public waterways. It is full of solvents, surfactants, abrasives, plastics, benzenes, and other compounds, and is quite often radioactive. While this toxic waste may be adequately treatable, it is essential that the state of New Mexico ensure diligent oversight on the treatment, discharge, or reinjection of this waste product. As legislation has been passed with reasonable requirements on these matters, I would like to remind everyone here that it is the job of the New Mexico Environment Department and the Water Quality Control Commission to abide by that legislation. The lobbyists presenting themselves as experts here are claiming that they can treat this water at scale and that they must deploy the treatment technology at scale immediately. But the scale of water used and polluted in these drilling processes is what makes this case so vital to our state. In recent years, the volume of produced water coming from oil and gas wells in New Mexico has often exceeded double the municipal water treatment capacity for the entire city of Albuquerque. And often, the amount created exceeds all municipal water treatment discharge from the entire state combined. Because of this massive scale, this petition requesting permission to discharge, sell, or re-inject the waste into public water sources is absolutely ludicrous. There is no evidence of sufficient infrastructure even existing to treat this water, and there is no hard evidence that treatment at this scale or any scale is even feasible.
Mr. Pearson.
For these reasons, I demand integrity from the Environment Department and the Water Quality Control Commission to uphold their responsibility and enforce diligent and strict interpretations of the produced water reuse rule passed by the state legislature.
Mr. Pearson.
Any waste discharge at that volume must be treated to reasonable standards before it is allowed into public waterways or aquifers. Please reject the Water Alliance Access, Treatment, and Reuse Alliance.
I'd ask you to step down now.
I'm sorry.
He'd ask you to step down.
Have I gone over 3 minutes?
Time's up now anyway, so thank you.
Was there something wrong with what I was saying?
I guess you weren't on topic. I'm not too sure. You could ask after.
My name's Ronnie Ortiz. I'm from here. I have family all over the state. I imagine that you're all well educated. I also imagine you know what you're doing. This is our water. Our bodies are made of water. You have the science. You know that fracking and injecting has chemicals, has forever chemicals. Yet you're willing to allow this? You're willing to bow while the governor is over there in Brazil touting this whole process? It's all about power and show. Wait, is this your legacy? That you're going to go and poison everybody? You're going to allow for them to poison us forever? This is what you want to on your tombstone. This is what you want to allow for. It's BS. And the fact that we speak to this, that we are allowed to speak to this, there's more people against this than for this. So you decide, you're going to bow to a governor who's on her way out? She's done. And I went to the same high school as her. She ain't even doing good by that. So you've got your choice. Be real. Take care of the people. Take care of the land. Because it's not just environmental racism that's occurring. It affects all of us, and it affects the people downstream as well. So, you know, maybe Texas will want to have a lawsuit for everything you're sending down. And then you'd be accountable for that too. Thanks.
Chair Thompson and members of the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission. My name is Norm Gom. I testified before you in the rulemaking that you passed and was here for all of the 11 days of the hearing. I watched you through your deliberations while you struggled to do the right thing. But this is not good government. Some of you are innocent and were unaware of this ex parte communication between commissioners before the vote. Some of you are not innocent. You are here corruptly. I ask that you act in accordance with your knowledge and in accordance with your integrity. You need to redeem the good name that this commission has enjoyed for a long time. Regarding the petition that you agreed to hear, I downloaded the Google Sheets dump of research papers and looked through them. None of them were applicable. None of them said anything new. Yeah, work is just going on. Nothing changed. I listened to the Water and Natural Resources Committee here from a panel on produced water and treatment and members of the Waters Alliance.
My colleague, Dan Mueller, a professional engineer who serves on both the New Mexico and the Texas consortiums, also listened. And he shared with me that he had never heard so much disinformation. He actually used the word misinformation, but I call it disinformation because it's deliberate and it's intended to do harm. One of the principal proponents of the Waters Alliance, a leader, characterized discharge to Red Bluff Reservoir as beneficial reuse. And we all know that what the oil companies need is to get rid of their stuff. I ask you to do the right thing and search your consciences. Chairman Thompson, I want to congratulate you on the white paper that you put out. That was very thorough, and it lays out the problems.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Hello, my name is Anna Spaeth. I'm here because my teenager asked me to show up for them. I don't have anything as eloquent to say as a lot of the people here, but my teenager cannot be here because they're in school. If they were, they would probably have a lot more to say. They are 17 years old, an active member of Yucca, and very concerned and angry about what is happening right now. I'm here to tell you to set a good example for our youth of New Mexico and do the right thing. Show them that you care and you are actually listening. So, quote, my teen has told me to tell you, quote, I deserve to grow up in an actual representative government. Please do the right thing.
Excuse me, Chair Thompson, there's still lots of people who are in the waiting room. If they could be let in, thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Christian, and I live just north of Santa Fe. And there's been a lot of really beautiful, eloquent, educated, factual, science-based, and heartfelt testimony today to you. So I'm just gonna not repeat all that and just say it seems really plain and simple here that, and you're hearing it over and over again, that we, the people of New Mexico, absolutely refuse to sit by and watch those you who are entrusted with the safety of our water, soil, and our futures sell out to the highest bidder. This petition and all of those who broke the law by not adhering to science, transparency, or the protection of the people of New Mexico in which you are entrusted must be dismissed and disqualified. I ask each of you to consider in your heart, will you be able to look at your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren and hold your head high when they ask where you stood on this? What will you say to them? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Matthew Gonzalez. I was going to just listen into this hearing today. I monitor a lot of this stuff, but I wanted to provide some public comment as a private citizen today. First, I wanted to comment on the issue of public comment. I think that it's always imperative that we do that. I know that there was a request that it not be on the issue that's on the agenda, but I think it's important that we always provide that. I'm a former elected official myself. I've been on the other side of the table. I think it's always good for public debate, public comment, even if we don't agree with it, or even if we've made the recommendation that it should not be made, we should understand that that's always important. So I wanted to comment on that first. The second thing I wanted to comment on, I've made this comment to y'all previously as a commission, is that you have to get out of Santa Fe. Everyone in here is saying no to this. I'm going to tell you that I travel around the state and there are a lot of folks in a lot of communities, including mine of Colfax County, which is 2.5 hours removed from here. People want to have this discussion. They want to look at the science. They want to understand what the opportunities exist for New Mexico. Our east side of the state is running out of water. I'm a serial recycler. I've worked on the issue of healthy soil. I've worked with Mr. Hirsch on that. We worked on the issue of getting healthy soil here in New Mexico because our soil health is degraded. We worked on the issue of produced water. I was part of the group that helped get that in law in 2019. I've worked on I'm working on wildfire resiliency right now. How do we clean up these burn scars? I'm working on solutions right now every day. And I can tell you, I'm looking around the room and the only face I recognize is Rob's. So there's a lot of people saying no to this, but I'm telling you, the people who are in the room and who are having these conversations and want to try to drive progress and drive solutions for New Mexico are not in here. So we got to get out of Santa Fe. We need to move these hearings to rural areas. The rural areas are not coming here. They have a hard time getting to city council meetings, much less Water Quality Control Commission meetings that only happen in Santa Fe. So I'm a little bit frustrated too, like these people, but I'm frustrated for a different reason. You need to hear from real New Mexicans. I think one person said that they were a native New Mexican. One. I'm a native New Mexican. I'm not saying that anyone's opinion should be valued less, but what I'm telling you is that we're missing the core and the heart of people in this state. You need to get out there to the rural areas. I'm committed to helping you do that so that you can hear from these communities, because the produced water or whatever issue you want to come up with, it's not happening here in Santa Fe. It's happening in our rural parts of the state, and we're underrepresented. This whole chorus of Santa Fe always saying no is killing our opportunities. My kids live here. My kids want an opportunity here. They don't want to move away. We talk about this brain drain, but then we don't do anything to solve it. We're not solutions oriented. So I'm sorry for the passion. I respect all of you. I appreciate all of you. You're in a really tough spot right now. Yeah, I don't like the idea that people are hurling accusations at you. I would tell you right now that those same people that love to hurl accusations aren't even respecting the process. They're cheering and they're chanting. That's not the public process. Don't come in our state and then not respect our public process, because it stifles debate, it stifles conversation, and that's what we need here. We only solve stuff when we're not shouting each other down. So anyway, I appreciate the time today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tara Lujan. I'm a state representative. I represent House District 48 here in Santa Fe. I work with many people in this room and across rural New Mexico, as well as my family is from rural New Mexico and here in Santa Fe. I also host an energy policy symposium where we've had many discussions on water. In fact, we're just right down the hall today with legislators from our western states talking about it's a Colorado River Forum. So water is our life, as it said. And I just like to say and remind everybody in this commission, as you are here, as we are all here as guests, this is the people's house that you've chosen to host your commission. And thank you for all your service, but this is the people's house. And when we do have public comment, it is traditional that we have full comment to say whatever we like regards to the issues. So I just like to remind the commission, as guests of the People's House here in New Mexico, thank you for hosting your meeting here. But this is the People's House, and the people are here to speak, and I want to stand by them because some here are my constituents. I was here to listen as well. But I'm here to say, as a legislator that worked on this policy, and we came to agreements and we came to with amendments, that the legislature spoke. And that was the bill that we passed that is being discussed today or mentioned today. And I was proud of that bill because we did bring many, 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 many parties together. This is a long conversation. We are not done. There are many things that we need to discover. There are many things we need to work on. Many of those issues brought to our attention and yours as I reflect on you and look to you, commissioners, many of you here, for your leadership and for your expertise on water issues. Continue to lead our state, but remember, you are in the people's house and we have the right to speak. I am a volunteer legislator. I have full access to not just my constituents here that I serve in District 48, but to our entire state. And when we pass legislation, it affects the entire state. And I would just stand here, sit here and say, I was proud of that legislation. I stand by that legislation, and I'd hope that it would be upheld. Thank you.
Here. Oh, good morning, commissioners. My name is Vianney Campos. I am representing the young people, the children of Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm here to advocate for them. I work with Earth Care New Mexico. I am speaking today both as a resident of New Mexico and as someone committed to science-based policy, public policy. I join my neighbors, parents, and countless New Mexicans in urging you to reject the WATR water access treatment and reuse petition to allow fracking waste into our communities. The WATR petition asks you to reverse the Commission's hard-won science-based rule, a rule adopted after months of testimony by independent experts and your own staff scientists, all of whom agreed there is no safe way to treat fracking waste for discharge into our land or waters. Yet WATR, funded and staffed by oil and gas companies, want you to relitigate this issue, not with new science, but with the same talking points. Let me be clear, the people of New Mexico expect the Water Quality Control Commission to serve us, not industry. It is your duty under the law to require compelling scientific evidence for any new rule. As you know, the latest research proves that the so-called treated fracking waste still contains hundreds, if not thousands, of unidentified, unregulated, and toxic chemicals that cannot be removed or even properly measured, posing proven risks to our water, soils, and health. We also know from multiple news and reports and leaked emails that commissioners were pressured by the governor's office and directed to advance the industry petition, sidelining your own scientists and silencing expert testimony. This is not what democracy or due process looks like. New Mexicans want transparent, impartial decisions based on science, not politics or backroom deals. You have a choice to strengthen the public's trust and uphold the rule of law, or to break faith and allow the oil and gas industry to rewrite rules. However, many times they want until they get their way. The public sees what is at stake. Commissioners implicated in this unethical process must reuse themselves.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Monica Rodriguez. I sit on the New Mexico Land Grant Council as a counselor, and I also am secretary to the San Joaquin del Rio de Chama Land Grant, which sits in Rio Arriba County. And I can remember a time when my dad was still alive that we still drank from the acequia, where we still allowed our animals to drink from the acequia, where the ideal of keeping that water clean was instilled in me as a little kid and everyone else. But we don't trust to drink from that water anymore. New Mexico has become the dumping ground of our country. And the only question I have for you today, because many people have already articulated this in a lot of really good ways that I hope that you guys will hear, how much poison in our water is okay? Just a little bit? Are we going to be able to drink from our acequia at some point? Can I trust that my grandchildren can drink from the acequia, that our animals and our food can be grown from that acequia safely? How much poison is okay? Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the web platform. But before we do that, I'd like to the record to reflect that State Engineer Anderson has joined us, and she joined us right after we began, so she's been here all along. So, Ms. Jones?
We have Senator Harold Pope. Luis, could you unmute him, please?
Are you able to hear me, commissioners?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the Water Quality Commission. My name is Senator Harold Pope Jr., and I want to begin by expressing my deep appreciation for the work you do to protect one of the state's most precious and limited resources, water. Your role carries immense responsibility. Every decision made here affects not only the environment, but also the health, livelihoods, and future of the people of New Mexico. From our farmers and ranchers to our tribal nations to families in our towns and rural communities, they all depend on your commitment to ensuring clean, safe, and sustainable water for generations to come. As policymakers and public servants, we share the same duty to do what's right for the people we serve, even when it's not the easiest path. I also understand the pressure and challenges that come with this role, the competing interests, the outside influences, and the weight of every decision. But leadership requires moral courage, the courage to take the right stand, even when it's unpopular or difficult. As we lead, we must acknowledge the fear, anger, and mistrust that many people are feeling right now. People are worried, and for good reason. They've seen decisions made in the past that haven't always put their health, their land, and their water first. That mistrust doesn't come from apathy. It comes from the love of their families, pride, and their communities, and a deep care for the future of our state. We must not dismiss those emotions. We must listen to them, understand them, and rebuild trust through transparency and action. That's why transparency, accountability, and openness are so vital. We should never be afraid to hear from the people. In fact, we should welcome their voices. Their experiences and perspectives help guide us for better, fair decisions that reflect the true will and well-being of New Mexicans. At the end of the day, we should all be able to lay our heads on the pillow at night knowing we did the right thing, that we put people before politics and the protection of our water before profit. Water is life, and it connects every community, every culture, every generation in New Mexico. I urge this commission to continue leading with courage, compassion, and integrity, and to never lose sight of the people in the future we are here to protect. Thank you for your service and for your dedication to safeguarding New Mexico's most vital resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pope. Ms. Jones, is there anyone else?
Mr. Maxwell?
Mr. Maxwell?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair Commissioners, Nicholas Maxwell of Southeast New Mexico. I'm disappointed and want to make a few points as plainly as I can. First, several of you are sitting here today without having filed the financial disclosures required by state law. The Financial Disclosure Act is not optional for any of you. Only about half a dozen of your disclosure statements have been filed for 2025. Yet, how many of you are there? Clearly, there is a discrepancy. Our ethics laws exist to ensure transparency before you ever take any official action. Second, your decision this morning to shut down all public comment related to today's agenda item to apparently include the disqualification issues is a profound and diluted mistake. When there are active questions about bias, conflicts, and qualifications, limiting public comment signals that the Commission is more interested in controlling the narrative than in earning the public's trust. Third, both Mr. Weatherby and I submitted written responses to the disqualification motions, yet we were not listed among the participants for that agenda item, nor acknowledged when others were added verbally. That exclusion speaks directly to the fairness of the process you are administering. Chair, I speak directly to you now. Your demeanor this morning, visibly weary, impatient, and put out by the very presence of public commenters, signals a troubling reluctance to carry out the duties of your office. Today's takeaway is that the public cannot have confidence in a process where commissioners are out of compliance with ethics laws and where you, as chair, respond to public participation as though it were an inconvenient chore to be endured rather than a core part of your responsibility. The impatience and dismissiveness I've witnessed today that you have shown towards several commenters is disrespectful and incompatible with the role you hold. Your conduct has not reflected the fairness or openness required of a government of, for, and by the people. If hearing from the concerned public feels burdensome to you, then why don't you step aside? To the rest of you, how has this approach worked out for you this morning? The commission should never close the door on public comment at the very moment transparency is needed most. Please do not forget to get those financial disclosure statements filed today. Thank you.
All right, next, Glenn Wickley. Glenn Wickley, if you can unmute, please.
Yeah, hello. Like many others watching this meeting, I too am angry, doing my best to remain civil. You are asking us to follow your ad hoc public comment rules, while it is clear to us that the Commission intends to violate its own rules and serve industry you were created to regulate. It feels like we're watching corruption and erosion of democracy in real time. The oil business is pure commodity capitalism. The overarching principle is maximizing profits. Every rule, every regulation, and every environmental cleanup activity takes away from those profits. Capitalist risk management practices are employed to decide when violating regulations will cost less than following the regulations. When politicians are funded by the industry, it is because the industry players have calculated there will be return from investment. Getting down to basics, the process underway today is about oil industry profit and return. As always, the industry is squeezing its costs to maximize profit, and the cost of following regulations is behind today's meeting. And our governor is dutifully aiding the industry. Industry has figured out that they can turn waste, which has always been a cost, and they can turn it into a source of profit. And the absurd truth is that if they succeed, it would create an entirely new toxic industry, which falls on this state to regulate, to monitor, and create new rules for. After years of failing through the state legislature and the rulemaking process here, industry has now turned to what by all appearances is governor's fiat. Commissioners, cabinet members, and agency leaders, despite your allegiance to an outgoing governor, you are here to serve the people of New Mexico, not the multimillionaires and billionaires who funded our governor's campaigns. Do your job, commissioners. Protect our water from polluting industry schemes without political interference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll call Jasper Hardesty. Jasper, if you could unmute, please.
Okay, can you hear me all right? Hello, my name is Jasper Hardesty. I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm an architect and a research chemical engineer, retired from Sandia Labs. Apparently, the fact that oil and gas wastewater contains many toxic compounds that cause damage to liver, kidneys, central nervous system, blood, cancer, endocrine systems, you name it, it does it. The preponderance of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, polyfluorinated alkyl substances, forever chemicals that are persistent cancer-causing disruptors, radioactive compounds that contain everything that contaminate everything they're in contact with, and a multitude of other compounds that are corrosive and harmful to the environment, soil, and equipment. Not even mentioning the entirely unknown compounds from subsurface reactions between fracking chemicals and minerals beneath the surface. Only considering the direct exposure from oil and gas wastewater, there's further potential and likely consequences of contaminating the food that we eat and entire ecosystem services. So apparently, despite 18 months of scientific rigor and reviewing this material, that's not sufficient for this commission to be able to act properly on this. After all, your mandate is to enforce the New Mexico Clean Water Act and to prevent pollution or harmful contamination of water resources. I mean, even worse is that the many toxic and harmful compounds noted are the known compounds. Oil and gas industry is not required to disclose compounds in their fracking solutions due to the exemptions as industry proprietary materials. While there is an estimated 1,000 or more compounds in fracking wastewater, only 15% of those compounds have established exposure limits, and many of the other compounds are not even detectable. So that makes it impossible to, one, establish what safe levels are, and two, to even monitor what is in this waste material. So let's now look onto the New Mexico statutes 2024, section 1016G7, recusal and disqualification of a commissioner. The commissioner shall recuse from any matter in which the commissioner is unable to make a fair and impartial decision. Thus, the appearance of impropriety, which is obvious in this case, is just cause for recusal in order to maintain public confidence in the commission, the state, and its actions. The path forward is obvious that we need to recuse. In fact, the entire preposterous proposal that is put forth in this new rule and that is wrought with cronyism should be dropped and not heard. And I stop my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardesty.
Next, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. Ruth Strigel, if you could unmute, please.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Ruth Strigel. I live in Albuquerque, and I chair the board of directors of New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light, a small nonprofit where we respond to climate change, honor our lands and waters, and advocate for overburdened communities. Along with many others, our organization was thrilled when the Water Quality Control Commission prohibited the discharge of produced water into our environment, and then shocked when the commission backtracked on that prohibition due to pressure from industry and the governor. As our current federal administration does everything it can to destroy our environment, we desperately need our state government and agencies to hold back the onslaught of environmental degradation. Our arid state, living through a decades-long drought, is especially in need of sound water policy and protections. This commission spent a lot of time and energy coming up with rules around produced water based on science and the precautionary principle. By tossing out that rulemaking, the commission is eroding public trust at a time when it is sorely needed. There is no new science on fracking water waste discharge. There is no new evidence that the commission has not already considered. The WATR Alliance petition must be disqualified and dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll ask Will Athis, if you could please unmute. Will Athis.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Will Athis. I'm a doctoral level epidemiologist and retired UNM professor of public health. I support the motions to disqualify before the commission today. With all due respect, I believe that the commission's vote to set a hearing for the WATR Alliance petition could only have been reached through biased and unfair decision-making. Only months prior had the commission unanimously voted to hold off rulemaking, due in large part to scientific uncertainties. Now, just months later, the commission has magically decided to hear a petition which virtually replicates the same matter. The science base is not materially advanced over this time. The only apparent difference is that the petition legally prohibits wastewater discharge in 20 New Mexico counties while allowing the same in 13 other counties. I ask, what type of public policy is this? A reasonable person could only conclude that such legal contortions serve to leverage an issue prejudged by the decision makers. The motions to disqualify identify the exact mechanisms by which this dishonest collusion occurred. I urge the commission to rule in favor of the motions to disqualify and not proceed any further down a path of public deception and unfair decision making. Thank you very much.
you, sir. Next, we'll call Bruce Weatherby. Bruce Weatherby, if you could please unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm concerned as to the issues that Mr. Maxwell raised. And I'm assuming, I can't tell, I'm watching online, if I'm assuming there is legal counsel there representing the Water Quality Control Commission. And the question I ask is, given that there are purportedly members sitting there who have not filed financial disclosures, the question would be, is the panel of persons that are acting today as Water Quality Control Commissions duly constituted? And there is so much revolving around this matter. As Mr. Maxwell pointed out, I also filed, I'm not a lawyer, but I did file a response to some of the motions that were filed relative to the matter that will supposedly be heard later. And I'm not sure whether I'm going to be able to speak. I wasn't planning on making a public comment, but when Mr. Maxwell raised that issue of whether people had filed their financial disclosures, it is disturbing. There seems to be a disregard for the public's trust and the right of the public to demand trust in a process that is at best looking like it's tag team wrestling as far as the composition of your commission goes. That people are coming and going. The secretary sat in, the Secretary of the Environment sat in when something needed to be done. So did the Secretary of Health. So did the Secretary of Agriculture. I think the Director or Secretary of Agriculture. It's really disconcerting, and the public should be able, in this country, be able to trust that they're dealing with a body that's composed of people who are unbiased. And I fully expect to be recognized as the session goes on, because I did file a response. But just in case you don't, Mr. Chair, I needed to make a statement with that regard, and I would respectfully ask that the council provide an opinion on whether this body is duly constituted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll ask Paula Garcia, if you could please unmute. Paula Garcia.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Paula Garcia, and I'm the director of the New Mexico Acequia Association, and I'm also a former county commissioner and have served on various boards and commissions. And I'm also a small-scale farmer and rancher in Mora County. I have spent a lifetime working to protect the water in our rivers in acequia so that we can continue to grow healthy local food and to continue our cultural traditions. In May, you approved a rule that would prohibit discharge of treated fracking wastewater, even though there was no scientific evidence that this wastewater could be treated to a level that was safe to release into our rivers, streams, and lands. We were involved in public comment in that rule, and we supported your decision that would have not allowed discharge of treated fracking wastewater. Then shortly after, you accepted a petition from an industry group that proposes to allow the discharge in 13 counties. And that includes some counties that are rich in acequias and traditional agriculture, like Rio Arriba County and San Miguel County and others. These procedural maneuvers of your commission have caused us great confusion and hardship and stress about how to respond. How can we have confidence in this process when your decisions are reversed from pressure from an industry group? Are you going to come back in a few months and allow discharge in adjacent counties? And then in another few months, eventually the whole state? I urge you to take action in a way that will regain the public trust of this commission. Your decisions should be made on sound science and due process and expert testimony. And today, even though this is, you've limited public comment in a way, I want to urge you to remember that water is life, that agua es vida, and they have a great responsibility to protect water for our communities and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
You-
Garcia.
Mr. Chair, we have no more hands raised on the platform.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the commission? Looks like maybe we do have one more. Mr. Lopez, can you unmute Margaret Bell?
Yes, Ms. Jones, if you could make her a co-host, Margaret Bell, we'll get you unmuted here in a moment. Okay, Margaret Bell, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Yes, my name is Margaret Bell. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Margaret Bell, I live in- thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This commission was created to be an independent, impartial body charged with protecting our water resources, human health, and the environment. In May of this year, this commission, after 18 months of hearings, determined that the technology does not exist to treat the toxic wastewater from the fracking process to the levels where it is safe for human consumption, and did its job by passing a rule prohibiting the discharge of this highly toxic substance into New Mexico's ground and surface waters. The oil and gas companies already use billions of gallons of our very limited fresh water sources and pollute our land with the disposal of the toxic wastewater from the fracking process. Now, under political pressure, this commission is considering a petition by the oil and gas industry to discharge this toxic mix of chemicals into our surface and groundwater with no scientific or technological basis that it's safe. This is outrageous that our elected officials and members of the NMED are pushing this commission to poison our precious water resources based on the word of the oil and gas companies that it is safe to discharge the toxic wastewater from fracking into our ground and surface waters. Passing the oil and gas companies' petition, you will make our state unlivable. The 7 administration agency members on the WQCC must be disqualified, and this commission must once again do its job to protect our water, not poison it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another hand raised here, Mr. Chair. Nancy Galloway, if you could please unmute yourself. Nancy Galloway.
Ms. Galloway, you appear to be muted.
I can't, I don't know how to unmute. Let's see.
We can hear you now. Sounds
Can
good.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry. My name is Nancy Galloway. At this meeting, the commission will decide how to respond to the motion to disqualify that was filed in September after the commission voted to allow oil and gas to make their own rules. Internal emails show that governor's office pressured commissioners to fast track an oil and gas funded petition and pick an oil patch venue and require cabinet secretaries, not scientists or engineers, to sit on the commission and vote as instructed, regardless of public opinion. This coordination violates state law, constitutional due process, separation of powers, and the commission's own rules that require fairness and impartiality. Instructions from the governor's office ignore science and approve a new hearing on fracking waste discharge without any new evidence, depriving the public of due process. The decision to allow a hearing on the oil and gas industry's petition was made by biased commissioners. The failure of the biased commissioners to recuse themselves voids any commission actions on the petition. This bias has been publicly called out by the Santa Fe, New Mexican editorial board and by multiple New Mexico state legislators, and op-eds and letters to the editor across the state. The governor and her cabinet secretary's joint conspiracy to predetermine the outcome of this is evidence of bias, especially when the petition before them is deficient on its face because it is unscientific and without merit. It doesn't include any scientific evidence to overturn the commission's prior ruling. New Mexicans expect any rule related to protection of our water to be based on science. Scientists from the Produced Water Research Consortium in 2024 found that after distillation, many unhealthy and toxic chemicals were detected in the treated water, and about 97% of the chemicals present remained unidentified. For the majority of these unhealthy chemicals, no standards have been established. The consequences of discharging this water without adequate safety standards risk contaminating our precious and dwindling water supply, our land, and our health. Integrity and public trust are on the line. The commissioners voted to hold a hearing on the oil and gas industry's petition, must recuse themselves, and the Water Alliance petition must be dismissed. If the commission can't stand up to protect our water and for the rule of law, then we could lose everything. The public has already spoken, and we want clean water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll ask Kristen Ulubari, if you could please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I just want to make this short and sweet. The Water Quality Control
Again, could you
Commission
please state your name? Could you please state
I'm
your
sorry.
name?
It's Kristen Ulibari. I live in northern New Mexico, up in Taos, and like everywhere else in New Mexico, water is precious here. The Water Quality Control Commission agreed in May, and they passed a rule prohibiting the discharge of produced water in New Mexico's surface and groundwater. This rule would be in effect now if the oil and gas industry hadn't pressured our governor to reopen the issue. She succumbed, sacrificing New Mexico's health and safety. Executive branch appointees should recuse themselves and turn the matter back to scientific experts. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on user Alicia, please, if you can unmute yourself, Alicia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Alicia Baumhoff, and I'm would like to speak on this. I was absolutely shocked to read in the Santa Fe New Mexican that our Democratic governor, under pressure from the oil companies, was pushing dumping produced toxic water in New Mexico's waterways. After a decade of torture from Republicans denying climate change and drilling as fast as possible, with Biden and the Democrats actually being worse by pretending to care about the environment and then making us the largest fossil fuel producer on the planet, it is clear that neither the major party cares about anything but money. I watched in horror as the Water Quality Commission voted to ignore 18 months of research, saying that dumping this produced water in our waterways is not safe, and passing SB 21 to protect New Mexico's waters. It hadn't even gone into effect before the oil companies struck with a petition to overrule SB 21 with no real evidence, and 7 commissioners caved. They must be disqualified. SB 21 must stand. The commission has a responsibility to protect the health of New Mexico, not to protect the wealth of greedy oil company executives, stock market shareholders, and corrupt politicians. When people in New Mexico complain that they will lose their jobs or even their towns if big oil leaves, those people and towns have to go solar and wind, which will provide better jobs that don't ruin our waterways. New Mexico is just doing reparations for people polluted by radiation. How many years ago? How many people will be polluted by the oil company's toxic water? They have made record profits since starting fracking at everyone else's expense. They can keep hauling it back to Texas, where they now have earthquakes from fracking, or force them to frack in a state that doesn't care about people. That's not New Mexico. We care about people over profits. I'm ashamed of New Mexico's politicians' abysmal failure to develop solar. the governor and the government falling far short of her stated goals. I want to read you something from the New York Times yesterday and today. 38.1 billion. That's how many tons of carbon dioxide the world is on track to emit this year by burning oil, gas, and coal. It is roughly 1.1% more than last year. But something remarkable is happening in other parts of the world. Countries with big and quickly growing economies are taking advantage of China's emergence as a renewable energy superpower. They are going green in a hurry. Countries like Brazil, India, and Vietnam are rapidly expanding solar and wind power. Poorer countries like Ethiopia and Nepal are leapfrogging over gasoline-burning cars to battery-powered ones. India announced that half of its demand for electricity can now be satisfied by renewable energy from wind, sun, and water, 5 years earlier than the 2030 target it had set in the Paris Agreement. I am ashamed of the United States, rejecting the Paris Agreement, boycotting the current UN climate meeting going on in Brazil as we speak. The United States used to be part of the solution to the world. Now we are the problem of the world, one if not the biggest polluters on the planet. Please do the right thing for a change and stand up for clean water, at least in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Ricky Palmer. If you could please unmute, please, Ricky Palmer.
Yes, hello. My name is Ricky Palmer, and I am from Albuquerque. I have lived here in Albuquerque for 4.5 years, and this is the first commission meeting that I have attended here or in Florida, where I lived before. This is really shameful. I am really surprised at you guys. Not letting the public comment on things that they are there for to talk about their country and their lives and their welfare. Absolutely ridiculous. I've been wondering, looking at those vacant chairs, whether those were commissioners who were part of the huddle. Did they not want to show up and show their faces to the public? Or are the rest of you, some of you who are actually doing something else instead of paying attention to the public, are you the huddlers? You should all be ashamed of yourself. We deserve better representation. So step aside.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Jeff Haas, please, if you could unmute Jeff Haas.
Thank you. Good morning, chairs and commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Haas, and I've been a lawyer for mostly public interest for more than 50 years, and I have acted on the principles of justice. New Mexico's Constitution enshrines a simple but sacred principle. No branch of government may exercise powers properly belonging to another. The legislature writes the laws, the executive implements them, and independent bodies like the Water Quality Control Commission must apply those laws with integrity based on science and public interest, not political pressure. Yet what has occurred here is a textbook violation of the separation of powers. The governor may set policy priorities within lawful bounds, but she cannot override or redirect the commission's statutory mission. The July 7th, 2025 huddle emails and subsequent directives show the governor's office and environment secretary orchestrated the commission's acceptance, not because of new science, but to deliver a politically expedient result. When an agency or the executive acts beyond that authority, it undermines not only specific laws, but the constitutional architecture that keeps government accountable to the people. The commission's prior rulemaking in this case was grounded in months of evidence and expert testimony, concluding there was insufficient scientific support for any produced water discharge. Reversing that finding now without new evidence merely to satisfy political directives violates the Water Qualities Act and the doctrine of administrative finality. Separation of powers is not an abstract civil lesson. It is the public's guarantee that decisions about New Mexico's most precious resource, our water, are made according to law and not political expedience. The governor's interference and the cabinet secretary's participation in a predetermined vote collapse the walls that protect science from politics and the rule of law from campaign contribution favoritism. I urge you to vote to disqualify the tainted 7 cabinet secretary commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, we have Ross Ulibarri. Ross Ulibarri, if you could please unmute yourself.
Okay, my name is Ross Ulibarri. I live in Taos, New Mexico. I have a short statement. This is so obviously a case where the oil lobby didn't like the outcome of the bill outline produced water, which true experts at the WQCC agreed was dangerous to the health of New Mexicans. So they had the governor take the low road by stacking the new commission with yes votes to please the oil lobby. How can anyone support these new actions at the cost of New Mexicans' health for generations to come? It is incredible and unacceptable. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, I have my hand up.
Yes, I apologize for that. Did I skip you for public comment?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead, Ms. Fiebelman.
Thank you so much. My name is Camilla Feibelman. I'm the director of the Sierra Club's Rio Grande chapter. And I want to thank each of you for being here, whether on the commission or staff for the commission or as a public commenter. And I want to make kind of a different point. You know, sometimes you will hear people argue that our technical commissions aren't elected and that they're making rules without being elected. But that's a very special nature of the way that our state government is set up. The legislature passes laws, establishes agencies that implement rules that support those laws. And we have expert technical commissions that make rulemaking almost like a trial. You have to have expert witnesses who have a scientific basis in what they're talking about. Parties can intervene and bring their own witnesses and bring technical information. You can cross-examine witnesses to make sure that their scientific knowledge and data is sound. And we have hearing examiners that help the commission interpret this highly complex technical information. And the commissioners, typically, whether it's the Environmental Improvement Board or the Oil Conservation Commission or any of our other boards, have a certain amount of expertise in the area where rulemaking is taking place. And so members of the public can feel pretty sure that in most cases, we are getting science-based decision-making for our state. And right now, no matter what the commission's intentions were, no matter what the different participants in this process are, the public doesn't feel a sense of trust. And in this state especially, we need that now more than ever. And so I think it's worth the commissioners just taking a moment to remember how important the technical science-based approach to rulemaking is. And that's what the last rulemaking was. And it's not even a permanent rule. It's just 5 years. That gives us some time to look even further into the science. And I think That makes a lot of common sense. It gives us time to see if what we think we know now is accurate or not. This administration has done some incredible work, from passing the Energy Transition Act to nation-leading methane and ozone rules. We'll see what forthcoming clean fuels rules look like. But all of that has been based on a balanced technical approach where every party is having an opportunity to participate in a reasonable way. And
Ms.
maybe
Stapleman,
that's what
your 3 minutes is up.
I'm going to just finish my last sentence. And that may be what you think you're doing, but because of the optics, it doesn't feel like that to the rest of us. And I think we need to take that into consideration. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Chair, sorry, we had one more user, L Watcham Pino. If you could please unmute.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to stress the need for an independent regulatory body to hear and uphold.
Ma'am, could you first state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Laura Wachampino, and I have been a water advocate for most of my career. I wanted to make a few comments about the need for an independent regulatory body to hear and uphold the evidence that was previously received by the Water Quality Control Commission and the lawfully adopted rule prohibiting the discharge of produced fracking waste, whether treated or untreated, to what remains of our precious freshwater resources in New Mexico, especially during this time of climate change and drought. We demand the independence of New Mexico's regulatory agencies in the face of personal or political pressure. We need to rely on science-based evidence, and we need to protect our human health and the environment. That is paramount above all else. I ask that executive branch appointees recuse themselves if they have been pressured in this matter, and if so, their votes to hear the new industry written rule should be invalidated on the grounds that the lawfully adopted Water Quality Control Commission rule prohibiting the discharge of fracking waste outside the oil field or into the waters of New Mexico is the law that must be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have no more hands raised on the platform. Thank you.
Good. And I'd like to thank everyone. And again, I'm going to reassure you that there will be lots of opportunity for public comment on the specific rule. We're expecting 10 or more days of public hearings, and there will be at least 2 opportunities each day for public comment. And it will be held using the web platform, so you don't even need to go to wherever the hearing is held. What I would like to propose now is we take a 15-minute break. Is everybody in agreement? Okay, so we'll reconvene at 11:15. Thank you.
Missing next to Eric. Someone was missing next to him. Was that seated? So, Mr. Bill.
Okay. Our next agenda item is WQCC 25-67, Protect Kazuki Inc.'s petition for review of a discharge permit renewal for Bishop's Lodge. So, yeah, we've got, yes, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Good morning to the commission. I'm Chris Mulcahy on behalf of the petitioner and on behalf of the permittee, BL Santa Fe. And with me is my colleague, Leila Jones. We are from the law firm Holland and Hart.
Go ahead, please.
I'm actually not the petitioner, Commissioner Thompson. I'm happy to say something else if you'd like me to, but I believe that there are other folks on the line. I saw earlier Miss Weatherly from NMED, and I saw the petitioner's counsel, Tom Naskow, although I don't see them at the moment. Mr. Naskow is still appearing on the webcast.
Okay, so Mr. Nesco, I believe you're the petitioner. So would you like to proceed first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Yes, we filed a petition for review of discharge permit, and that is proceeding along the regular course in accordance with the WQCC rules on review of the permit, and that will require briefing by the parties. Our brief, I believe, is due 25 days from the filing of the record, which has been done. And then there will be a response filed by the department and Ms. Mulcahy and Ms. Jones on behalf of their client, BL Santa Fe, and then there will be an opportunity for reply memorandum, and then the commission at its convenience would typically appoint a hearing officer, and we would conduct oral argument on the briefing at a time later to be determined by the commission at its convenience. And I would anticipate that the briefing probably would not be completed. I haven't done the math on it, Mr. Chairman, but it appears that it wouldn't be completed till sometime in January. So I would think the earliest the commission could review this would be February or March.
Mr. Brancard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think might be a good time to try to schedule commission review. If we don't hold the hearing in January, we will be going past the 90-day period. So the parties will need to file some sort of stipulated motion agreeing to waive the 90-day deadline. If not, we'll have to have an argument in early January, and you may still be briefing at that point.
If I may, thank you, Commissioner Brancard. I have done the math, and if I have done it correctly based on 20.1.3, Protect Tasuki's opening brief would be due December 5th. BL Santa Fe and the department's response would be due 25 days later, which would be December 30th. Protect Tasuki's reply brief would be due January 9th. And the 90-day deadline for the permit would be January 26th.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might, if it would, I think Mr. Brancard, Commissioner Brancard's observation is correct. And I think the math, I appreciate council doing the math for me, but we would certainly be amenable to waiving that 90-day provision so that the commission can hear it at its convenience in February, if that works with the scheduling for the commission.
The commission normally does not meet during the session.
Yes.
So, and the other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is I think we have a very full spring. So if we could hear this before the session starts in January, that would be preferable from my perspective.
Chair Thompson, this is Crystal Weatherly with the New Mexico Environment Department.
Ms. Weatherly.
Hello, good morning. I just wanted to concur with the timeline that Ms. Mulcahy presented to you. and wanted to convey that the department really sees no reason to delay the hearing. And if we can get on the Commission's agenda for the January 13th meeting, that seems to fall in line with the timeline and would allow us or would allow the commission to hear this petition before the session.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Masco again, members of the commission, we agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Weatherly and would prefer the hearing to be held before the session in January.
Ms. Mulcahy?
Yes, thank you, Chair Thompson. We would be also happy to have it heard in January.
Okay, so let's do that. We need to appoint a hearing officer. And we could do that today, or I think it might be easiest if the commission gives me authority as chair to appoint a hearing officer who will then work with scheduling with all the parties.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Brancard.
just so we're clear on the date for the hearing, I think we are scheduled for January 13th. Is that correct? So that would be January 13th is the normally scheduled commission meeting in January, and it proceeds to session. Maybe we can get a room here. I don't know. Just so that would be, so I would be fine with setting, having a motion to have this review hearing on January 13th and to delegate to the chair the need to appoint a hearing officer if necessary, because the full commission will be there on January 13th to hear the parties at that point.
Was that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, is it clear? Motion is to hold the hearing on January 13th and give me the authority, the chair, the authority to appoint a hearing if necessary. Hearing officer, I'm sorry, thank you. So I will work with the commission council and decide if we need to have a hearing officer, because since it isn't meeting the full commission, one fell swoop. So it's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Ready to vote? We can do a voice vote. So all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I forgot. Any opposed? Okay, so we'll proceed that way. I would suggest our next agenda item is WQCC 25-34R, which is consideration of motions to disqualify and or vacate the commission members. So let's take an early lunch to consolidate the discussion rather than starting an hour and a half or 2 hour issue right now. What's the pleasure of the commission?
I hear some grumbling that we should go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Sorry?
I think the right side of the commission is advocating continuing and hearing the matter right now.
This is Commissioner Fry, and we have a lot of stuff to go over this afternoon. I would really like to have full energy to do it. So I can think carefully.
I agree. I'm fire on this side of the room, I guess. I prefer to eat.
Commissioner Laney? I'm watching the hands, and as they start to creep towards the microphone,
I could go one way or the other, but I do recognize that this will take some time and that we may not eat lunch for hours if we proceed at this point.
Net deliberation. Yeah, I agree. Anyone else? Okay, we'll take a break for lunch. We'll convene at 12:30. You.
I don't see Liz's name.
No, I don't either. Be on a separate screen. Okay, welcome back from lunch. This is again the meeting of the Water Quality Control Commission on November 13th. Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present in person, except I think there are two that are absent. One that's absent, that's Commissioner Barunda. Commissioner Anderson was, I believe she's in Las Cruces and she was attending remotely. I don't see her name on the screen, so Commissioner Anderson, if you're here, would you let us know? But other than that, I think we're ready to go. All right. So we're hearing now a motion to disqualify or vacate commission members. It's in the matter of WQCC 25-34. So we're going to have oral presentation. All parties, I believe, have submitted written comments or motions and responses to the motions, and they are on the WQCC website under docketed matters. And each party is going to have 30 minutes to present their case. So the first, and that's 30 minutes total, divided amongst all the parties for each consideration. So the first is the folks that submitted the motions. And I believe the person that's going first is Councilor Nanasi. Oh, it's Ms. Fox. Thank you. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Tanis Fox, and I'm a lawyer with Western Environmental Law Center, representing today Amigos Bravos, Citizens Caring for the Future, and Sierra Club. And we are dividing our argument among the four of us, and I'm going first, then Ms. Manassi, then Mr. Cox online, and then Mr. Davis. We seek disqualification of the 7 executive branch members of the commission and any designees, and to vacate the July 8th, 2025 vote granting a hearing on the water petition. We bring our motion under Commission Rule 20.1.6.102 NMAC, which requires recusal if a commissioner's, quote, impartiality or fairness may be reasonably questioned. The standard under the commission's rule is a reasonableness standard. Would a reasonable person question a commissioner's impartiality or fairness? The answer, in the set of unique circumstances before the commission, is an emphatic yes. The July 7th, 2025 email chain that is the subject of the motions before you is damning, despite industry parties' attempt to paint it as benign. The email chain included 5 cabinet secretaries who are the statutorily designated commission members or who supervise commission members. All 7 executive branch commission members are governor exempt. That is, they serve at the will of the governor. This high-level email chain also included 4 senior officials in the governor's office, including her chief of staff and chief counsel, and 2 other cabinet secretaries who are not members of this commission. In the chain, NMED Secretary Kenny, who initiated the emails, discussed an in-person huddle they had held on Water's petition, a petition he said the administration supports. He reminded the 4 cabinet secretaries that the commission would vote next day on Water's petition and requested each to, quote, please discuss this petition with your designee. The next day, all such designees in attendance voted to grant Waters' request for hearing on his petition, even those designees who expressed reservations about the petition. The 6 designees constituted a majority of the 10-0 vote. Leaving nothing to chance, Secretary Kenny in the email also reminded the 4 secretaries that, quote, per the governor's office, the statutorily named person to the WQCC will need to participate versus your designee at the hearing that was to be held in the fall. As far as can be discerned, there has never been a 2-week commission hearing in which all statutorily designated secretaries sat. And as if the message were not already clear enough, the governor's deputy chief operating officer directed the secretaries, quote, as per our huddle discussion, we need everyone's commitment to get this over the finish line. The direction from the governor's office was clear and unequivocal. The 7 executive branch statutory designees must commit to approve Waters' petition, not just consider the petition in light of the evidence. As mentioned, the legal standard in the commission's rule is a reasonable person standard. The inquiry is not whether a commissioner has actually prejudged the petition or is actually biased. The inquiry is whether a commissioner's, quote, impartiality or fairness may be reasonably questioned. The Reed versus New Mexico Board of Optometry case is the seminal case on disqualification of administrative decision makers in New Mexico, and the case closest in fact to what is now before the commission. There, the New Mexico Supreme Court was clear that, quote, our system of justice requires the appearance of complete fairness be present. According to the court, the inquiry was not whether the board member was actually biased, but whether there was the appearance of bias. In this proceeding, Commissioner McWilliams has recused under this standard based on the appearance of partiality. The circumstances surrounding Commissioner McWilliams' recusal are far less problematic than the circumstances before the commission today. Based on this legal standard, there can be little doubt that the commission's July 8th vote granting a hearing on Waters' petition must be vacated. 6 of the 10 commissioners voting were executive branch designees who were either part of the email chain from just the day before, or presumably had been talked to by their superiors about the petition, as Secretary Kenny had directed. All 6 commissioners should have recused. Based on this legal standard, there can be little doubt that the 7 executive branch members of the commission and their designees must be disqualified. Whether any individual commissioner believes he or she can decide the petition fairly is not the legal standard. That was decided in the Reed case. Whether commissioners have now been told by their superiors that they can decide the petition on the evidence is not the legal standard. The issue is whether these commissioners' impartiality and fairness can be reasonably questioned. It is simply too much to expect that the executive branch designees, all of whom are governor exempt, can reasonably be expected to vote against the direction of the governor's office. And it is too much to expect that their designees, lower level staff, can reasonably be expected to vote against that direction. The central issue raised by Waters' produced water reuse petition is the same as that raised by NMED's produced water reuse petition. And that is whether discharge of treated produced water to surface and groundwater should be authorized. While Secretary Kenny assured the secretaries in the email that concerns about the petition could be worked out in hearing, the direction from the governor's office to get the petition over the finish line plainly contemplated authorizing discharge, whatever the particularities of a final rule might be. This direction came on the heels of the commission's unanimous vote based on the evidence before it to prohibit discharge at this time. Much of that evidence came from 5 NMED scientists who provided hundreds of pages of testimony and thousands of pages of exhibit to support NMED's proposed prohibition. These scientists, charged with protecting human health and the environment, have not been authorized to participate in this proceeding. Another highly unusual twist. In the Commission's 58-year history, there has never been a rulemaking on a rule that NMED will implement in which it did not appear as a party. The Commission will not have the benefit of their independent judgment and scientific expertise. By its own rules, the Commission must act fairly and impartially. Under the Water Quality Act, its decisions must be based on the evidence before it. It cannot prejudge matters based on direction from the governor's office or other information outside the record proper. While the governor has authority to set general executive policy, the line is crossed when the governor's office directs specific votes in specific matters without regard to evidence adduced at hearing. For nearly 6 decades, this commission has protected New Mexico waters. Over that time, the integrity of the commission has not been questioned. But now, the commission's partiality and its commitment to its fundamental mission to prevent and abate water pollution is being questioned, and its reputation is at stake. There is not a way to proceed with this rulemaking without engendering widespread skepticism and distrust from the public on the fairness of this proceeding. Voting to continue with the rulemaking is not worth the damage that vote will do to the reputation of this body. On a personal note, if I may, I have represented this commission or appeared before this commission in various capacities for almost 25 years. As a matter of fact, my representation of this commission in the late 1990s as an assistant attorney general led directly to my now decades of environmental protection work. I respect this commission and am deeply saddened by this turn of events that has compromised its integrity. I only hope the ship can be righted because it is way off course right now. The rule in place protects New Mexico's waters, allows science to move forward, and gives all stakeholders the opportunity to work together constructively on any change to the current rule based on developing science and technology. To maintain the institutional integrity of this body, we respectfully request that the Commission first vote to vacate the July 8th vote, and second, to disqualify the 7 executive branch members and their designees from this proceeding. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Chair and members of the Commission, good morning or good afternoon. I am Mariel Lanassi, representing New Energy Economy. This case is now about fairness, due process, and the rule of law. It is about whether New Mexicans are entitled to decisions about their water that are made by impartial commissioners applying science and law, or whether those decisions can be dictated behind closed doors by political loyalty and campaign donors. In 2023-24, this commission conducted an exhaustive 18-month evidentiary process in WQCC 23-84R. You heard from 5 NMED scientists, numerous independent experts, and the public. The result was clear. There is, quote, insufficient scientific support, unquote, to justify the discharge of treated or untreated produced water into New Mexico's rivers, aquifers, or onto our lands. The Commission prohibited such discharges and limited off-field uses, recognizing a 2030 sunset for reevaluation if science advances. That decision was based on science, transparency, and the law. But oil and gas interests were dissatisfied. Not only have they appealed, they reorganized as the Water Alliance and filed a new petition. A petition that raised the same issues already decided without new scientific evidence that proves that discharge of treated produced water can be done safely, and without an error of fact or law. By any neutral standard, this petition should have been rejected outright. Instead, the governor's office and Secretary James Kenney intervened. Internal communications show that the governor's staff convened secret huddles with cabinet secretaries. They instructed those officials to personally occupy their commission seats to support the Water Alliance petition and to get it over the finish line. They even pressed to move the hearing out of Santa Fe into the oil patch, contrary to decades of commission practice. This was not impartial deliberation, it was political choreography. The law could not be clearer. Article 2, Section 18 of the New Mexico Constitution guarantees due process, a fair and impartial tribunal. The Water Quality Act and 20.1.6.102 NMAC forbid commissioners from participating where their fairness may reasonably be questioned. The Governmental Conduct Act demands that public officials act for the public interest, not private industry. New Mexico courts in Los Chavez and Reed hold that administrative bodies must meet the same impartiality standards as courts. And the U.S. Supreme Court has said a fair trial in a fair tribunal is a basic requirement of due process. It is not only our due process rights that would be violated. The legislature is the policy-making branch of government. That's in City of Albuquerque versus New Mexico Public Regulation Commission 2003, New Mexico Supreme Court 028. Quote, the separation of powers doctrine directs administrative agencies to their duty of implementing legislation. While the governor has a right to set policy, she cannot set policy when it conflicts with the legislative mandate to base that policy on credible scientific data. NMSA 1978-74-6-4D. Here, when the governor directed her cabinet secretary commission members and their designees to, quote, support the produced water reuse petition, unquote, and to get the Water Alliance petition over the finish line, she exceeded her constitutional powers by not following parameters set by the legislature. That is to make decisions about water regulation based on science and only science. Separation of powers principles are violated when, quote, an administrative agency goes beyond the existing New Mexico statutes or case law it is charged with administering and claiming the authority to modify the existing law or to create new law on its own. And that's the Sandell versus New Mexico Public Utility Commission case, 1999 NMSC-019. The July 8th vote and the August 12th vote order granting a hearing on the Water Alliance petition were not lawful acts of a neutral commission. They were the product of bias, undue influence, and a predetermined outcome. No amount of procedure can cure this structural defect. Of course, the governor has the unquestioned authority to set policy for her executive agencies. No one disputes that she may announce priorities or direct the general work of departments under her control. But there is a crucial legal and constitutional distinction between setting broad executive policy and dictating the outcome of an administrative adjudication. The WQCC is not an ordinary executive agency. It is a body whose members must decide contested matters fairly and impartially on the record before them. When the governor or her staff instruct cabinet secretary members or their designees how to vote on a specific petition pending before the commission, they are no longer setting policy. They are interfering in a judicial-like process where due process and impartiality are mandatory, and in this case, where the decision must be supported by credible scientific evidence. The New Mexico Constitution, the Governmental Conduct Act, and the Commission's own rules forbid commissioners from prejudging or predisposing the outcome. If a line between lawful executive leadership and unlawful interference is to be drawn, it must be drawn here. where political loyalty replaced science-based evidence and the public was denied its right to a fair and impartial tribunal. For these reasons, we respectfully move the commission to disqualify the 7 cabinet members and their designees who participated in these huddles, to vacate the tainted July and August votes, and to dismiss the Water Alliance petition in its entirety. Only by doing so can this commission restore integrity to its proceedings, comply with the Constitution of New Mexico, and honor the trust that the people of New Mexico have placed in this body to safeguard our most vital resource, water. Thank you. And I believe my colleague, Colin Cox, is online.
Thank you, Mario. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Thompson, members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Colin Cox, and I'm an attorney with the Center for Biological Diversity. The Center, along with individual party Mario Atencio, filed a legal motion on this issue because we want to make sure that this commission proceeds according to the law. We are seeking enforcement of the Commission's own rule concerning fair and impartial hearings. That rule states, no commission member shall participate in any action in which his or her impartiality or fairness may reasonably be questioned. That's the rule. It's clear, it's strong. It holds you, as commissioners, to the same standard of impartiality as state judges. Courts looking at this rule ask whether an objective, disinterested observer, fully informed of the underlying facts, would entertain significant doubt that justice would be done absent recusal. That's from State v. Gage, quoting State v. Riordan. Here, objective observers do have significant doubt that justice can be done in this hearing, and the impartiality and fairness of several commissioners is reasonably being questioned. That means the Commission's own rule is being broken. We're asking the Commission to remedy this violation by dismissing the petition, disqualifying the compromised commissioners. The impartiality and fairness of the commissioners is reasonably being questioned because they received emails from the governor's office telling them to support this oil industry petition. We have written proof that the governor's office and Secretary Kenney expected the commitment of 6 cabinet secretaries to get this petition over the finish line. Cabinet secretaries were told to direct their designees and employees to vote to approve the petition at the commission's July 8th meeting. Secretaries were also directed to attend the actual hearing themselves and to support the petition. Those are the facts. So the question before the commission this morning is simple. Could an objective, disinterested observer, having read the emails from Secretary Kenney and the governor's office, could that person reasonably question the commission's impartiality and fairness in this hearing? Could that person doubt that justice would be done here? That's the only question. And the answer is yes, it has to be. Yes, an objective observer could reasonably question the impartiality and fairness of commissioners whose votes have been directed by the governor's office. And yes, an objective observer could doubt that justice will be done when the governor's office is directing the votes of a majority of voting commissioners. The Center for Biological Diversity, along with a large majority of the parties and community members in attendance today, both in person and online, question the impartiality and fairness of the commissioners whose votes have been directed by the governor's office. And it's not just us. State representatives and state senators have publicly questioned the impartiality and fairness of the implicated commissioners. Even the editorial board of the Santa Fe New Mexican has publicly questioned the impartiality and fairness of the implicated commissioners. That's the standard. The bottom line, it's not complicated. The fairness and impartiality of these commissioners is reasonably being called into question based on the emails. And impartiality and fairness are essentially impossible to achieve when votes are being directed in advance by this state's highest office. There's one way to make this right, one way to restore integrity to this body and these proceedings. The directed votes must be undone. The oil industry petition that relied on those directed votes must be dismissed. And the commissioners whose votes were directed must be disqualified from any further action beyond dismissal. Anything less than dismissal and disqualification is inadequate. No pronouncements or statements from commissioners can undo the damage to a fair hearing caused by the interference of the governor's office, or cure the directed votes on the oil industry's petition. Designation is also an inadequate remedy because the interference comes again from the governor's office, the highest executive office in the state. Every subordinate of the 6 cabinet secretaries is implicated here. Only dismissal and disqualification can remedy the plain legal error here. And only dismissal and disqualification can remove the cloud of political interference that now hangs over this hearing and this commission. So we ask you to comply with the law, to dismiss this petition and disqualify the implicated commissioners and their designees. We ask you to restore impartiality, fairness, and integrity to the commission. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Tim Davis. I'm appearing on behalf of Wild Earth Guardians. Guardians filed a response in support of these motions to disqualify to raise one additional point. There are 3 grounds on which the appellate courts will reverse the actions of this commission. 1 is if they're arbitrary and capricious. 2 is if they're not supported by substantial evidence. And 3 is if they're otherwise not in accordance with law. And I'd like to focus on that third one, actions that are not in accordance with law. It is well settled that in New Mexico, agencies must follow their own rules. And if agencies don't follow their own rules, the appellate courts will invalidate decisions and actions that are made when those rules are not followed. And the reason for that is when an agency doesn't follow its own rules, it is not acting in accordance with law. Our response collects some of the cases that state this legal principle, and I think it's 2 or 3 pages. I encourage you to take a look at it. Here in this proceeding, as the movements have already explained, the July 8th vote of this commission was predetermined. Executive WQCC members were directed by the governor to get this petition across the finish line. And those commissioners and their designees who are directed to do so and voted in accordingly, they must recuse. The language in this commission's own recusal rule is that commissioners whose fairness and impartiality may be fairly questioned shall recuse. The question is not whether a commissioner is impartial, fair, or unfair. It's the mere appearance of partiality or unfairness that requires recusal. This commission simply cannot disregard its own rules. And that includes the recusal rule. If this commission does disregard its own rules, it is not acting in accordance with law, and that is one of the 3 grounds upon which the appellate courts will invalidate agency actions. So we join the movements in asking this commission to make this right, vacate the July 8th vote, disqualify the executive commission members and their designees who were directed to vote a certain way, and dismiss the petition. Thank you.
One of the parties is Bruce Weatherby, and Mr. Weatherby, you've got a couple minutes that you can make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I filed excuse me a second. I wasn't expecting to be called right away. I'm just getting my notes together. I filed a paper with the commission basically agreeing with the movements because I feel the process was that this relative to impartiality was violated. I'm still trying to understand whether this commission is duly constituted. It's the only question I have at this point. If it's going to go forward with this rule-making process, then I think it needs to be legitimate. And at this point, I won't offer any legal argument other than what's been presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maxwell, you also filed a petition in this matter. Have you got anything to add? Got a couple minutes.
Chair Thompson, thank you for calling me. My name is Nicholas Maxwell. I did file a response to the motions. I have nothing further to add to my response. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the commission? Do we want to hear questions now, or should we hear the other party? Yeah. Okay. So what we'll do now is we'll give the Water Alliance the opportunity to present their case. And again, you've got 30 minutes.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we appreciate the opportunity to dialogue a little bit about the pending motions. My name is Matthias Sayer, along with co-counsel Jennifer Bradfew. We represent the Water Alliance. We will do our level best to be quick here. I think at the outset, Mr. Chair, we want to just kind of highlight three points that we want to make here. It's become this afternoon. Number one, the first point is that the standard of impartiality that movements have established or have attempted to establish as the standard governing whether or not disqualification and vacature is called for is not the right standard. The second point, even if the commission wants to adopt the standard posited by movements, even under that standard, the commission's July 8th decision is not legally objectionable. And third is that when we consider notions of fairness, and there's been a lot of discussion of fairness, we think that some of the comments from Ms. Nanasi are relevant. Where is the science and what is the science? We think that fairness would argue that the science has an opportunity to be heard in a hearing, the science that supports the petition. So those are the three arguments we'd like to present. I'm going to touch on the first two, and then Ms. Bradfew will touch on the third. So in the context of standards and what is the applicable standard for disqualification / recusal for the Water Quality Control Commission, we've heard the language quoted multiple times today. We've been cited, the regulation has been cited. And what I think is really important is that the commission appreciate and understand what the standard means. The standard that has been cited resides in Part 6 of the Water Quality Control Commission's regulations. Part 6 applies to rulemaking proceedings, which this is. There's another part which applies to adjudications. This is not an adjudication. That's an incredibly relevant point because the standard is different whether or not you're in an adjudication or rulemaking. Every single one of the cases cited by movements is a case addressing an adjudication. So I'd like to spend a minute and look at the different standard as it pertains to an adjudication as compared to a rulemaking. What is very similar is the language, as we'll see. But what is different is the foundational interpretation of impartiality. In Part 6, as I mentioned, we have recusal language, which says that no commission member shall participate in any action in which his or her impartiality or fairness may be reasonably be questioned. In Part 3, there is no recusal language. That's noteworthy. It's not there because Part 3 adopts the rules of civil procedure. The rules of civil procedure spell out similar in language, but different in foundational interpretation of impartiality. The rules of civil procedure state no district judge shall sit in any action in which the judge's impartiality may reasonably be questioned. That language is very similar. Where we see disagreement between the standard in Part 6 and the standard as articulated in the rules of civil procedure is the continued language of both Part 6 and the rule of civil procedure. In Part 6, it goes on to state, as it pertains to rulemakings and the standard that's the impartiality standard applicable in a rulemaking, it says, in making a decision to recuse himself or herself, a commission member may rely upon the Governmental Conduct Act and the Financial Disclosures Act. The rules of civil procedure state, no district judge shall sit in any action in which the judge's impartiality may reasonably be questioned under the provisions of the Constitution of New Mexico or the Code of Judicial Conduct. Those are two very different standards. The Governmental Conduct Act and Financial Disclosures Act for rulemaking. The Constitution and the Judicial Conduct Act for an adjudication. Why the difference? What is the difference? Well, an adjudication speaks to matters of due process, right? And that is what, as Ms. Nanasi quoted, Article 6, Section 18 lays out, right? Fundamental concepts of due process. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. When this commission is sitting as an adjudicator, you are adjudicating rights related to life, liberty, and property. Right? So that is what due process, both New Mexico's Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court have read that due process includes the right to an impartial decision maker in adjudicative proceedings. Due process and impartiality based on due process assure that citizens and that decisions about their rights or property are made on evidence and law and not on personal interest or prejudice. When we look back to Part 6, and again, the foundational impartiality standard there, the Governmental Conduct Act and Financial Disclosures Act. I imagine folks on the commission are fairly familiar with those two statutes, but I would like to just to call out some of what those acts require. Under the Governmental Conduct Act, actually, I'm going to back up real quick. I'm going to speak for a minute about the Code of Judicial Conduct before I get to the Governmental Conduct Act, because that's the other piece that the rules of civil procedure call out and identify as controlling as in the context of impartiality in an adjudication. The Code of Judicial Conduct states that a judge shall act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the independence, integrity, and impartiality of the judiciary, and shall avoid impropriety and the appearance of impropriety. That language is important. That's language that movements have really clung on to, the appearance of impropriety. The language is incredibly relevant in an adjudication for reasons I just expressed, because we're talking about fundamental due process. When Part 6 was written, it did not point to the New Mexico Constitution or the Code of Judicial Conduct in order to interpret impartiality in a rulemaking. It pointed to the Governmental Conduct Act and the Financial Disclosures Act. Under the Governmental Conduct Act, it is unlawful for a public officer or employee to take an official act for the primary purpose of directly enhancing the public officer's or employee's financial interest or financial position. Speaking of recusal, the Governmental Conduct Act states a public officer or employee shall be disqualified from engaging in any official act directly affecting the public officer's financial interest, except a public officer or employee shall not be disqualified from engaging in an official act if the financial benefit of the financial interest to the public officer or employee is proportionately less than the benefit to the general public. So the Governmental Conduct Act is very concerned with financial interests. But even if a commissioner had, per se, a financial interest, there's still the Governmental Conduct Act still points to a balancing test. is the benefit to the state greater than the benefit, your financial benefit, if there was one? There's been no allegations and no support, no argument that the commission is in violation of the Governmental Conduct Act. So to wrap up point one, Movement's entire argument is based on an interpretation of the rule governing commission recusal that is inapplicable. The appropriate interpretation of impartiality for purposes of this rulemaking or any rulemaking is, did any one of the commissioners violate the Governmental Conduct Act? If the answer is no, then there is no reason and no support given as to why the July 8th decision should be vacated or any commissioner excused. If we want to turn, which given that the bulk of Movement's argument is based on this alternative interpretation of impartiality, it makes sense to look at that a little bit. So let's assume that that higher standard of impartiality is applicable to rulemaking, which it is not, but let's assume for a minute that it is, and look at relevant case law to try and answer the question as to whether or not there was bias, whether or not there was prejudgment. I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about what I think is perhaps the most compelling case relevant to the present circumstance. I don't think there's a case that speaks with greater clarity to the circumstance that we're looking at and thinking about right now. In a case called Sierra Club v. Castle, the Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia upheld an EPA rulemaking. EPA had promulgated a rule on coal plant emissions, and the Sierra Club challenged that rulemaking. One of the arguments that the Sierra Club made was that there had been inappropriate discussions between the White House and the EPA. And their argument was that the rule should be rescinded because of those inappropriate conversations. The DC Circuit rejected the argument, holding that policy discussions between the executive and an administrative agency are a legitimate part of the political process when the action is legislative rulemaking. Now, I hesitate to read too much of this, but some of the DC Circuit's holding is so very compelling that I'd like to make sure that each one of you hear it. What they said, and some of these words are very important, the DC Circuit said the authority of the president to control and supervise executive policymaking is derived from the Constitution. The desirability of such control is demonstrable from the practical realities of administrative rulemaking. Our form of government simply could not function effectively or rationally if key executive policymakers were isolated from each other and from the chief executive. After all, any rule issued here, the DC Circuit still speaking, with or without White House assistance, must have the requisite factual support in the rulemaking record. And under this particular statute, the administrator may not base the rule in whole or in part on any information or data which is not in the record, no matter what the source. Of course, it is always possible that undisclosed presidential prodding may direct an outcome that is factually based on the record, but different from the outcome that would have obtained in the absence of presidential involvement. In such a case, it would be true that the political process did affect the outcome in a way that the courts could not police. But we do not believe that Congress intended that the courts convert informal rulemaking into a rarefied technocratic process unaffected by political considerations or the presence of presidential power. Under Sierra Club v. Castle, the argument that the subject emails that you've all read and have read to you, the argument that those emails constitute bias or improper influence by the governor's office cannot be sustained. The Sierra Club case makes it very clear that the executive has the power and authority under the Constitution to control and supervise executive policymaking. And that is exactly what happened here. And now I'm going to allow Ms. Bradfew to pick up on the science.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I first want to point out that if you were to accept the argument from the NGO movements today, you'd be opening the door to a very dangerous precedent. And I think it's a precedent that we're starting to see in administrative law throughout the state right now. If anybody hurls enough accusations against somebody, if anybody can get a publication in a newspaper against a cause, they're biased, they're impartial, they can't make a decision. We're wiggly worms up here trying to fool you all into making corrupt choices for the state of New Mexico. And I think the vast majority of us have been on the receiving end of some of these accusations. But accusations are just that. They are not sworn statements under oath. They're not subject to an administrative record, and they're not necessarily founded in law. And so we have to be very, very careful as we let accusations govern administrative rulemaking, as they govern, if we let them govern, who sits on administrative agency boards and commissions. Here, we have a statute that governs the makeup of the WQCC. It is certain cabinet secretaries. That is who the legislature designated, cabinet secretaries and their designees. Do you have the authority to rewrite that statute as a commission today and say, no, this cabinet secretary and his designee doesn't get to participate because we decided so? We made a decision that this accusation warranted a rewriting of the statute, changing the makeup of the commission. I'm going to argue that your statutory limits don't go that far. Instead, you are required to look at the rules that you've issued. I agree that your rulemaking should be governed by your own precedential rules. And here you have rules that govern your process. You set a hearing officer. The hearing officer sets dates for notices of intent to present evidence on the record. And then you hear that evidence on the record, sworn under oath, and you decide if sufficient science is there. We've been under attack in this rulemaking saying there is no science, show us the science. But we don't have the parties following the procedure. It's rules for thee, but not for me. And we need to make sure that we are uniformly following our rules, following our process, and actually questioning the science, because that is what New Mexicans want. Did you know that in this rulemaking proceeding so far, we have had nearly half the House of Representatives submit letters in support of hearing this rulemaking? The city of Hobbs has submitted a resolution in the record supporting hearing this rulemaking. The county, Lee County, has submitted a resolution in support of hearing this rulemaking. There is a lot of public interest in hearing this rulemaking, but today, our side of the aisle decided not to participate in public comment because we want to be respectful to what the commission laid out at the beginning of the process. But we saw a lot of folks who did not follow the rules, did not kind of heed or listen to what the commission asked for during the process. They want to boo, they want to jeer, they want to hurl accusations. I will say that we have heard questions that we do not necessarily agree with from commissioners. Does that mean when I get a tough question from Commissioner Brankard that I accuse him of bias? And I say, that's biased, he's prejudged our application, he can't participate. Same with Commissioner Thompson. I don't think we want to go down that road. We want tough questions in rulemakings. When I look at the communications that are at issue here today, they have very little to do with the actual science. And that is what the strategy is. If we can avoid getting to the record, if we can avoid hearing the newest and latest science, then we're going to close the debate a little bit early. But let's talk about what that science is. Let's talk about what that science shows. We have now produced a declaration from Adrienne Lopez from Texas Pacific in response to one of the motions. It is 14 pages. She is a scientific expert who has run treated produced water projects. She talked about the latest science. She talked about peer-reviewed scientific articles. She talked about non-targeted and targeted analysis and how that's a major update in water treatment and testing. She talked about wet testing. She talked about trial projects where they have been working on treated produced water to grow crops in West Texas successfully. She talked about human cell line studies that have been successfully conducted by the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium. She talked about animal studies that have been successfully conducted with treated produced water. That science is in the record. We also have a list of scientific articles that I put into the record and we discussed in a prior hearing. About 75 different scientific peer-reviewed articles related to produced water that came out in the time frame, looking at science that was conducted after the first hearing, all the science that was considered in the first rulemaking. So that's new science that was not considered in the record before. And the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium has been hosting webinars every month. They have been putting on information about the new science available. I think many people have been trying to participate, but you want to know who I don't see participating? The other parties in this case. We held 4 public outreach events and talked about science and updates at those events. You want to know who was not there? The other parties in this case. We need to get to the point in this case where we are hearing the science on the record instead of going around in circles saying there is no science, they have no proof. Show us your science in response to emotion. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? Do you want me to put on do you want to give you 400 pages of materials with my direct testimony? That's not what the rules state. The rules have a process for notices of intent to be filed, for evidence to be taken on the record, and an opportunity for cross-examination. The rules are uniform, and we need to follow the rules in this case, and we need to move forward so we can progress this scientific conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, just to wrap up, we think that these 3 points are the primary points that the commission needs to think about. And the first one is that the standard that the movements have established as the standard that you need to apply to examine whether or not recusal is appropriate is the wrong standard. Again, the standard that points to the Constitution, notions of due process, and the Code of Judicial Conduct are inapplicable to commissioners when they're sitting as rule makers. We don't think you need to move beyond that to deny the motions. However, if we want to look beyond that, Sierra Club v. Cossel makes it quite clear that the executive is in a position to be able to control and supervise executive policymaking. And third, movements are offended by the emails. We've heard the Santa Fe New Mexican is offended by the subject emails. The New Mexico Constitution is not offended by the emails. New Mexico statute is not offended by the emails, and the Water Quality Control Commission's rules are not offended by those emails. We think the most fair way to move forward is to move forward with a hearing where the rights of the parties, the arguments of the parties, the evidence of the parties, including the latest science supporting the petition, can be heard by everybody. And so our request is that you deny the motions and that we move expeditiously to set the petition for hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Olson, are you going to participate? Thank you.
Chair Thompson, if it would be okay with you, I'd just ask for a couple of minutes to have our position.
Please.
Appreciate it. Carrie Olson from Spencer Fane. I'm here today representing the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, the Independent Petroleum Association of New Mexico, and the Permian Basin Petroleum Association, collectively referred to as the Energy Trade Associations. I trust you all have read the papers, so I won't regurgitate our arguments here today. I just want to reiterate our position that the arguments to disqualify or block certain members of this commission from exercising their statutory rulemaking duty are legally and factually unsupported, as you've heard from others today and as set forth in our papers. I just want to point the commission back to the Earthworks case, in which our appellate courts have explained the difference between an adjudication and a rulemaking proceeding. One, specific parties' interests are at stake and due process rights attach, and the other, a rulemaking, where this commission would be sitting in a quasi-legislative function. Our New Mexico courts have made clear due process rights do not attach. There is no right to due process in a rulemaking. For the reasons stated in our papers, and as you've heard here today, the July 7th email does not implicate the personal impropriety or unfairness contemplated by the Water Quality Control Commission's rule. And we fully support, the Energy Trade Associations fully support the Water Quality Control Commission moving forward in accordance with its regulations to set a public hearing, to hear evidence, and to evaluate the merits of the rulemaking petition.
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Maxwell, you entered a request to participate as well. Have you got any comments you'd like to share with the commission, since we have a couple minutes?
Chair, I had given my comment. I had nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. At this point, I think we're going to open it to questions from commission members of the parties, and then we will enter into deliberations. I'm watching the hands creep towards the Commissioner Fry.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Ms. Fox, you brought this up, so I guess I'll direct my question to you. Well, all of parties supporting your position have said the same thing, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around. So, we as a commission at 20.1.6.101, I'm sorry, 102. That's our general provisions about recusal. And I've asked counsel, I've been thinking about this. What do you perceive the commission's standing to disqualify another commissioner?
The commission has authority to disqualify members of its own body. There have been any number of motions to disqualify commission members brought before the commission over the years. That is within your inherent authority to do so and to police yourselves.
Can you speak to the statute or the administrative code where it specifically says that for us? Because like I said, I'm just finding the notice of recusal.
Well, you might notice that many motions are brought before this commission that aren't specifically or expressly provided for in your rules of the statute. That's true for this body. That's true for courts of law. There couldn't be really, the list of motions that would potentially be within your jurisdiction would be too exhaustive to identify. So it is within your authority, your inherent authority as a body, to police yourselves and to enforce the recusal rule, which requires this body It requires members of this body to recuse under the circumstances we've talked about it, and you have the authority to enforce that rule.
Thank you. And then you also listed the order of what you're requesting, and you placed the July 8 ruling first. Could you talk a little bit about the logic of, I mean, are you stating we should stick to that order? And if so, what's the logic?
That is my recommendation. It's not uniformly recommended by my partners here, but if you vote to disqualify 7 of the members of this body, you don't have a quorum to act at all.
Of the secretaries and directors listed, maybe I'm miscounting, but I think I'm only counting 4 are represented today.
We're seeking recusal of the 7 executive branch members of the commission, and this is a 14-member commission, and you have to have a quorum in order to proceed. And so right now there are 11 members here. A quorum is 6, and also under the Water Quality Act, you have to have 6 votes to take action. So that's why I'm suggesting that the commission first vote on the July 8th vote to vacate, and then take up the disqualification issue. But again, my partners here are requesting something different.
So to decide on the July 8 ruling, that would mean we have of the people here today that are on the commission or the commissioners, 4 that would be voting that you were asking to disqualify. And I'm trying to wrap my head about.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So 4 of the commissioners, by my count, you're asking to disqualify, but yet you're asking that we vote on that July 8 ruling first.
Well, the commission can only act by taking action. And so it's a little bit of a conundrum, yes, that we're asking people who are asking to disqualify to vote, but that's really the only way that the commission can take action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brankart. Well, Commissioner Fry covered my first question, the order of the actions here. So, but anyway, if we vacate the July 8th decision, why would we need then to vote to disqualify? Because the matter is gone.
Chair, Commissioner Brankard, because potentially another petition could be brought or renewed.
So what would these commissioners be disqualified from? Any petition related to the water reuse rule?
Well, the petition could be, they could move for reconsideration of your vacating the order.
I mean, what if the Environment Department took the Alliance's proposed rule and introduced it themselves? Would those commissioners be disqualified from that?
I don't think so.
I'm just curious if we got rid of the rulemaking, which frankly, I've never been in support of this rulemaking, what we're left to do at that point? I mean, to solve the problem. I mean, obviously the commission put a 5-year deadline on the water reuse rule, so we are assuming somebody's going to come back with a new proposed rule at some point.
And then hopefully such a petition wouldn't be infected. I mean, this is the first time something like this has ever happened in 60 years. This is a highly unusual set of circumstances that you have before you. I guess I wouldn't anticipate, based on my 25 years of experience, something like this happening again. I certainly would hope not. But yes, the idea is the water petition would go away. Then yes, other parties are free to bring petitions. If NMED were bringing such a petition, they would need witnesses and experts to do so. And we don't see anybody from there in this proceeding to date.
This petition came out of nowhere. Who knows? So, all right, I'm really struggling with the idea of why the governor's directing the governor's own employees is a problem. So I'm going to start with Mr. Nassi. You tried to draw this line, okay? And so, I mean, hypothetically, would have been okay if the governor had said to her cabinet secretaries, look, I really want to get, a new water reuse rule in place before I leave office. And oh, by the way, there's this other proposal out there. Can you all take a look at it and maybe vote on it at the next meeting? Would that be okay?
No, not the way that you just posed it.
What? I mean, the governor can't direct her own employees
If she
to
said,
examine.
she said, if you just want to take a look at it, that would be possibly okay. But the thing is that what we believe happened in this case is that Water Alliance and NMOGA, the industry groups, IPA&M, and also the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium were in privity, and that our laws don't allow serial litigation except for one instance, that the former rulemaking was contrary to law, or that there's new science. They didn't bring, and they haven't brought either of those contentions, and they have an appeal going, which is the right way to deal with the old law, but that's facing an uphill battle because you all made the right decision last time, which was there's insufficient scientific evidence. If there's actual scientific evidence, peer-reviewed scientific evidence that says that they could dispose of produced water, treated or untreated, into the waterways and onto the land, and it's safe for human health and the environment, then bring that forward. But they never did, and they don't have it now. And that whole list that Ms. Bradfew put forward, I read those articles actually, and it says they're making progress, they're learning about it. We're not saying that the research is not going on. We're saying that the proof that this would be safe is not available at all, period. And without that, this petition should never have been heard anyway. And in terms of the governor and the thumb on the scale thing, she did something that I believe is contrary to our Constitution, and that is the separation of powers. She can tell her cabinet secretaries about what policy she wants to bring. That's no problem. What she can't do is digress from the legislative mandate that you all followed, and that is to have science-based evidentiary law. And you did that in the first hearing after 18 months, and that has to be followed. She didn't say, oh, it was interesting that Ms. Bradfew said, the petition has very little to do with science. There, right there. That means we should win. That's what Ms. Bradfew said. That's the point. That's the point. The governor can't require cabinet secretaries to not follow what the legislature has said. And you can't just get the petition over the finish line without having scientific evidence to say that the prior rulemaking was somehow insufficient, which we believe it was not.
Okay, well, there are two actions here. There's one the commission has already taken and one the commission hasn't taken. Okay. Are you saying that there needs to be science for both of those?
Well, there was science in the first one.
No. I mean, the decision the commission made was to agree to have this petition go forward. That's decision one. Decision two would be after a whole rulemaking hearing, deciding to enact some sort of rule, what it would look like. But so the commission has already made the first decision to go forward with this. Are you saying that there need to be science?
Well, I do think that there needed to be science in the first instance. And here's why. I understand that in the normal process of things, NMED, for instance, in the last case, they just file their rule and their statement of reasons, and then they provide the science along the way. But to have the rulemaking heard again, our laws don't allow serial litigation. They don't allow just somebody who's in privity with the same parties to just bring a new rule. We believe in this country in the idea of finality. That doesn't mean, and I remember this the first time that we were talking, and you said if another entity wanted to come bring in a new rule again, could they? They can, but only if they bring forth two things. One is that the law or the facts were wrong in the first case. They didn't do that. And the second is if they have new science that proves their action. And without that, they can't do what they're doing. They have to go the regular appeal court route. And this commission put forth a procedure, which is, okay, let's have pilot projects. Let's see what the results of that is. If you could prove via those pilot projects that there's new science that deems that this could be done safely, then you can bring that back and we'll hear it again. Otherwise, this is the way that our rules shall be implemented.
So, I mean, Ms. Fox can handle that when the way you described what the governor did as being improper. Let's do a hypothetical. Same emails, okay? 6 months from now, the governor office sends out the same emails, but it's about getting the surface water rules done before she leaves office. Would that be improper?
Chair, Commissioner Brankford, I don't think so.
Why not?
I think that's within her general policy making, which she has the authority to do. And that would be direction, to NMED. What's different here is this, and why Mr. Sayers' EPA case doesn't apply here, is that in that case, EPA, as everybody knows here, is a state agency, analogous to NMED. And, it's sort of the unitary executive theory that within EPA, direction can be given. This body is not an executive agency. This is an independent body composed of a number of members from the executive agencies, but also from other agencies, from soil and water conservation, for independent or public members, a representative from tech. You are an independent body that is supposed to assess rules based on the evidence. So it's very different from that EPA case. And so back to your question, giving general policy directive is what we say is fully within the governor's authority. Telling specific people in a specific case that is before this commission how they are to vote, which you can only read that email in that way, is where the line is crossed. And if it's not crossed there, it's not crossed anywhere.
I guess I mean, how independent is a commission where the legislature has decided that 7 of the members of the commission are direct reports of the governor?
This is a 14-member commission. It is an independent commission, and by your own rules, you're supposed to act impartially and fairly.
We're supposed to conduct a hearing partially.
Any action you take is supposed to be impartial and fair under your rule. Commissioner Brankard.
So how would you respond to, I mean, I think you're correct, Ms. Fox, that this whole issue comes down to section 102, how you interpret that, okay? And I'm concerned because in all of your briefs, you always quote the first sentence of section 102 and not the second sentence of 102. Because in the second sentence, it directs commissioners to look at specific statutes for guidance, okay? As Mr. Sayer has partly brought up, those statutes deal with personal conflicts, not policy bias.
But those aren't exclusive. I mean, the notion of impartiality and fairness is a broad one. And it is informed by other cases, although those cases don't directly apply. And so
So what does apply?
Pardon me?
What does apply to a rulemaking? This is a rulemaking. We
Correct.
need law for rulemakings here.
Your rules.
Not adjudications. Reed is out there
Yes.
in the ether.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Brankard, your rules apply to this rulemaking.
And if I may, Chair and Commissioner Brankard, so does the Governmental Conduct Act, which says that public officials must act in the public interest, independent of whether they have a financial stake in it. That's also there too. But this is
So you're saying the governor doesn't act in the public interest?
not when she did what she did in this case.
When she has a particular policy goal that she wants implemented, that's not in the public interest?
She can pick her own policy goal. What she can't do is tell specific commission members and their designees how to vote on a pending petition. That's not lawful. That's not fair and impartial. And I would go further and say that I do believe, I know that there's a case about whether due process applies, but I think that it does, because in our country, we say that there must be a fair and impartial tribunal, period. And that's what our Constitution says. And that's what the separation of powers says, is that you, Governor, you get to say what your policy is, absolutely, but you can't undermine the legislative mandate which requires science, which you did by saying, I want this rulemaking done regardless of science.
Did she say that?
She said that by implication. Because to get it over the finish line, she didn't say, oh, I want you to hear the merits of it and then make a decision. She said, get this petition over the finish line.
Deputy Burkle said that.
True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to get some clarification. I believe I heard you say that the assumption was that the governor's office was in privy with the oil and gas industry, and that that's what's reflected in this email. But do you have evidence of that?
What I was saying was that the Water Alliance is in privity with NMOGA, and they had their chance, and they failed in the last case. So therefore, they're not allowed to bring it up again. And I believe that the Taylor versus Sturgill case, the U.S. Supreme Court case, stands for that proposition. You can't have public rulemaking, and then if somebody who either participated or could have participated doesn't participate, gets to just bring it back again without showing what I said before, which is something that's wrong with the facts or law of the case that happened before, or that there's new evidence. In this case, it would have to be new scientific evidence. We know that the governor has promoted the reuse of produced water. She's been saying that for years. She was unable to get that through in the legislature after 3 attempts. And she was hoping that this body would have acted in her favor the first time, but this body stood up and based their decision on science and said there's insufficient scientific support. And so that was the decision of this commission after 18 months and 15,000 pages of scientific evidence, a lot from NMOGA, and NMOGA's own scientific expert said, we're not there yet. That was his testimony. And so now the governor said, I still want it. After meeting with Ms. Bradfute and some of the other people, they are in privity with NMOGA. That's the problem.
In a couple minutes. Let's go ahead and finish with this line of question.
Okay. Well, it might actually be relevant. I think, there's certainly, we have the emails, we've seen what was said there, but it does feel like there's some assumptions that have been built based off of information that is not laid out in any messaging. So if no one else has this specific line of question, I have another one after this, but I would be interested in hearing.
Let me just ask a question because it's relevant to what we're talking about now. And Ms. Nanasi, you said that the governor give policy guidance, but can't digress from legislative mandates. But doesn't House Bill 546, the Produce Water Act, establish a legislative mandate?
It does. And you followed that. That is actually NMOGA's issue on appeal. They're saying, they're saying, hey, you didn't do what you were supposed to do because you were supposed to follow 70,
whatever,
6 point, I don't know, a P, which says that you have a duty to initiate regulation. Well, one of those possibilities is to ban the use of produced water. And that's what you all did. And so that was instituting regulation. It wasn't in their favor, but that is what this body chose because it said there's insufficient scientific support to do anything different.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Laney, go ahead.
I don't know that I have a thought, actually. I mean, I do. I have a second follow-up to this. So I'm not a lawyer. Through all of them are in scenarios where it's rulemaking. They seem to be largely adjudication processes, and I'm not convinced that that's comparable. So were there cases that I didn't interpret or read correctly that it is a rulemaking process that we're facing, similar to what we're facing here?
Chair, Commissioner, there really is a paucity of cases in rulemaking, but that doesn't mean that your rule on recusal doesn't apply and that you have to look at the plain language of that rule and apply it, number one. And number two, the cases that do have and licensing are different. It is an elevated standard, but they can inform you in your decision making. We are primarily relying on, as I did in my argument in my briefs, on the language of the rule itself, the plain language of the rule itself, which is not a subjective standard. It's not whether you as an individual believe that you can act fairly in this tribunal. It really is an appearance or reasonableness standard that is set forth in that rule.
And if I could just say, you're going to say it, so perfect.
I'd just like to add to that the cases that we cited, Guardian cited in their response that demonstrate that agencies must follow their own rules, those weren't rulemaking cases. But that principle of law makes no exception for rulemakings. If an agency promulgates a rule, they must abide by it regardless of the context. And when you don't, you're acting contrary to law. and therefore those actions are reversible.
I'll just say lastly, Chair and Commissioner, is that in the United States, we believe that whatever tribunal we're in, it has to act fairly and impartially. Whatever it is, whether it's a rulemaking or a judicial body. That's how we believe in our Constitution and in the rule of law.
No, but I know that the other party had some comments on this, so I'd be interested in hearing them as well.
Are there further questions from the petitioners? So, Mr. Sayer, go ahead, please.
Ms. Fox, I think you mentioned that. Sure. I know of one, I like you have been around this. One where a commissioner had stated his decision. Here, successful disqualifications, and at what point in the process did those occur?
There, to my memory and knowledge, there have been no successful disqualifications. And that case was a case where, in order to make this decision on this permit, I'm relying on what I know about another permit. And so that was a permit case. And with the court, there wasn't a motion to disqualify in that case. The Environment Department argued successfully that his reliance on matters outside the record could have tipped the balance in a vote, and so that was part of their consideration in overturning the commission's dismissal of a petition. That doesn't get too complicated for you, but that was not a DQ case, is all I'm saying.
So the other one that I remember is when former Commissioner Maxine Goad they tried to disqualify her, and that looks like it went to the court because I was finally able to find the case last night. And in that case, it appears to me that whoever was trying to disqualify her, Tyrone, I think, tried to imbue statements made by others as being her own and disqualify her based on that just because she was a member of a group. And so how does that kind of argument relate here?
That case, which also involved Commissioners Norton and Lewis, was a bias case. This is more a prejudgment case. And at that point in time, Phelps Dodge was trying to show that Commissioner Goad was biased because of her participation in a hearing in front of the Mining Commission, showing bias. So this is a completely different situation where you have essentially your boss directing you to take a certain action in a certain case. They're really very different in opposite cases.
But you're assuming that there's some action, A, that was listed in the email, and B, that's going to be taken without going through the process to see how it plays out.
Chair, Commissioner, I've given you my interpretation of the email.
An interpretation. So I guess that case, just to quote a line in it, which obviously it's a line in the case, but we have required disqualification when there is evidence that a particular commissioner has made comments indicating that he or she has prejudged the case to be heard. So it talks about a particular commissioner making a particular statement of prejudging. I don't think we see that here.
No, this case is much different and much more concerning because, as I said, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, this is a situation where you have your boss directing you or your boss's office directing a certain outcome. in a matter in which this body is supposed to be acting impartially and independently. So it's a very different situation than that situation, than the Commissioner Goad situation.
Switching gears a little bit, you've mentioned, I can't remember everybody's name, serial litigation. So we've heard a little bit today that this isn't litigation, it's rulemaking. I guess I'm curious your take on the idea that there is no limit to the number of times someone can come forward with a rulemaking petition. It's kind of up to the body to decide whether it's appropriate or not. Is that accurate?
I think that that's accurate. And it's true that anybody could come back with a rulemaking, but there has to be evidence that the former rulemaking was either unlawful, or that the law has changed, or that there's new science built into the old rule or the current rule, is that possibility. And so we're not saying that there could be no petition. We're saying if there is another petition, to avoid the idea of finality, or the term is serial litigation, but they talk about rulemaking as being public. So no individual's rights are at stake. However, we couldn't function in the society if you could just continue to do a rulemaking over and over again without new evidence, without a basis to revisit it. There has to be a basis.
How do we know without going through the process whether there's a basis? I mean, the other side's saying there is a basis.
Well, the thing is that especially in this, I mean, this isn't about the disqualification motion in particular, but the other side is saying it is, but they were in privity with the other parties that were already in the rulemaking before and lost. And so that's a whole other part of law, which is you can't just do it over and over again. And they are some of the same parties, including some of the same exact witnesses who were in. Mr. D'Antonio is on the board of Water Alliance and gave expert testimony in the Water Quality Control Commission 2384. So that's just one example, but there's just a whole myriad of overlapping interests. But that's not specifically what we're here about today. We sort of already argued that issue, which is why I believe that the July 8th vote and the August vote, had to do with the issues that you're bringing up right now, were improper.
Well, to a degree, I think it is before us today because you're asking us to overturn the July 8th decision. And so I'm trying to explore that a little bit. And I guess we'll have to hear from the other side about privity and those kinds of things because I see a lot of shaking of heads.
Yeah.
I guess maybe my last question, maybe, I think it's section Q, not P, but whichever section it is of the statute, it says you shall have rules for discharge. And so I think you said shall have rules can mean you have a rule that says you don't discharge. That seems, I'm struggling with shall have rules to discharge and then versus shall have a rule that does not allow discharge. I don't understand how they go together.
Okay, I have to bring up the rule. If you don't mind, just give me 1 second, please, Chair and Commissioner. I think it's that they shall have rules regarding discharge, transport, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why I believe that the commission's regulation was consistent with the law.
Chair, Commissioner, while she's looking for that, the law just says there has to be rules surrounding discharge. It doesn't say that you can have to authorize discharge, have to prohibit discharge. It doesn't require, for example, that you allow discharges that are going to pollute and abate waters. There's a lot of prohibited discharges. in your rules. And so discharges that this commission has found to harm human health and the environment are not allowed. So that is not an authorization in that statute to allow discharges that would undermine the basic goal of the Water Quality Act, which is to prevent and abate pollution.
But doesn't it contemplate having a standard of some sort that if you could get to, you could potentially have a discharge?
You know, the language is very broad. It authorizes rules around discharge. You know, with the overlay in the statute that, you know, human health and the environment should be protected, and your fundamental mission is to prevent and abate water pollution.
Chair and Commissioner, it says shall adopt regulations to be administered by the Department of Environment for the discharge handling, transport, storage, recycling, or treatment for the disposition of treated produced water, on and on and on. And so I think that one of the rules, one of the options is to ban it, given its context within the rule, which is to protect human health and the environment.
And I think that alone is reason to have more discussion about the rule, because that's not how I would read it. I can see you could set a standard that wouldn't allow for discharge because we don't have the technology yet, but I don't see where you can say no matter.
That issue,
given the legislative direction.
Chair and Commissioner, excuse me, that issue is precisely the issue that's on appeal. Precisely the issue. That's NMOGA's issue on appeal. And so that's the proper venue for it.
Unless this commission decides to act and make that appeal moot. I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, panel.
Thank you for the questions.
And I meant to thank both parties for complying with our time limit. You know, it's a long day. So, Mr. There, Ms. Bradford, Ms. Olson. Okay, this is an opportunity for us to ask questions of the Water Alliance and Ms. Olson.
Chair Thompson, if it pleases the commission, I'd like to briefly respond from our perspective to some of the questions that have been asked. And then I'm, of course, happy to respond to additional points, if I may.
Yes, please.
Very quickly, I know a lot of you are not attorneys, so I just want to draw your attention to section 7466 of the Water Quality Act. That statute broadly provides opportunity for any person to petition the Water Quality Control Commission to adopt, amend, or repeal a rule, period, without condition. The notion that somehow if a person is asking the Water Quality Control Commission to amend or appeal a rule, there's additional conditions on it that they have to set forth science with that petition or create some sort of, exceed some sort of threshold, simply is not stated in the statute. There is no threshold to come back to the commission with science if you're seeking a petition to amend the rule. The statute, the legislature has tasked you all with considering every petition that's brought before you and determining whether or not those petitions should go forward, as you've done here. I'd like to correct the record. NMOGA has not filed any petitions for regulations implementing the produced water statute. The rulemaking that you all went through was initiated by the New Mexico Environment Department. Like the NGOs here, NMOGA was a party to that rulemaking. That was not our petition. We are not here before you today seeking to amend our former rule. NMOGA has never petitioned this commission for a rule. And I think there's been some discussion and characterizations about the arguments that NMOGA has made in the pending appeal. I just want to remind the commission, we have not briefed that appeal yet. We have not made any arguments to the court yet. Indeed, as the commission I'm sure is aware, NMOGA has actually asked the New Mexico appellate courts to stay that pending appeal for exactly the reason Commissioner Sloan has identified, that it's more appropriate for the commission, who has a pending rulemaking in front of it that could address some of those issues on appeal and render that appeal moot, for the commission to act first before the resources are expended at the Court of Appeals to proceed with that appeal. And indeed, I think the commission has supported that course by not opposing the request for a stay.
Thank you. Questions from the commissioners? Mr. Brankard.
Somebody has to ask a question. So following up on the discussion about the Sierra Club case, Mr. Sayer, I mean, how can that case be analogous when there's no commission involved in the federal rulemaking process? The EPA proposes the rule, the EPA accepts comments, the EPA makes a decision, the EPA administrator is allowed to do whatever in doing that. There's no independent commission, which is what the real issue is here. So I'm struggling to see how that case is relevant to this situation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brankard, where it's relevant is the language I read, while it may have been directed to that particular fact pattern where you have the EPA, who is the rulemaker in that case, right, corresponding with the policy executive, the president. In this case, what we have is a very analogous situation. The difference is that the governor's office was not communicating with the commission. The governor's email was not to the commission, adopt this rule or make this decision or do anything. It was an email to certain members of the commission who are part of her executive cabinet. So I think there is the distinction you're making is a correct one, but I think when you look at the communication in that case, it was between executive cabinet officials and the president, and here we have the same thing, a communication from the executive and cabinet officials.
Yeah, but those cabinet officials represent 7 out of 14, and we never get 14 showing up at this meeting, so they're almost always going to be a majority.
Well, in that case, I feel like it's even more like the EPA case, because if you have the majority of a body, I mean, to your point, if the majority of the body is legislatively constructed to be cabinet officials, I think that the EPA, the ruling of the district of the DC circuit is even more applicable.
I just want to follow up on a point you made in your briefing, which you didn't talk about it in your argument, which is the notion of policy, and having strong opinions about policy is not disqualifying. And you cited Las Cruces professional firefighters case. A great case. And you said that if commissioners had an opinion that the use of treated produced water represented good policy, that's not grounds for recusal. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I believe so, Mr. Chair.
So just hypothetically then, if there were commissioners who had a policy position that the use of treated produced water would be a bad policy decision because it would be completely unreliable for future water sources, that wouldn't be disqualifying either, would it? Hypothetically.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brankard, and I think a relevant point here is that a decision like that would presumably be made on the record at a hearing after evidence had been presented.
About policy?
Well, ultimately about policy, right? The policy is reuse or not reuse treated produced water. And whether or not you vote yes or no on that would turn on the record evidence.
And Mr. Commissioner, or Mr. Chair, Commissioner, if I may, policy decisions, right? I mean, the governor, the WQCC members, I think you are vested with authority. You're delegated with authority from the legislature for rulemaking. And so you get to make those policy decisions. There are threshold policy decisions, which I think you were laying out earlier on, do we want to pursue a certain policy, right? That doesn't happen with record review when you look at the rules, right? But the policies adopted, finally, like the final policies in the rulemaking, does happen after you have a hearing and you have testimony and you have an administrative record, right? Your administrative record has to support the policy adopted. But the policy initiative that you want to pursue should be the prerogative of who is appointed and the positions that they hold and delegated with that legislative authority.
Thank you.
I guess I'd like to hear you talk a little bit about this privity thing and what that means, doesn't mean, and whether it is or is not an issue.
There's been a lot of accusations with no evidence or proof put anywhere in the record, no sworn testimony. We are not in privity of NMOGA. I don't even know if NMOGA supports our petition, to tell you the truth. They have not formally endorsed the petition. We have members who are members of the Water Alliance who are also members of NMOGA. We have members who are not members of NMOGA who are members of the Water Alliance. That is not enough to assume privity. And we have not had extensive collaboration with NMOGA. NMOGA has been a stakeholder, just like the Environment Department's been a stakeholder. Some of the opponents here did participate in an informal advisory committee process that we hosted for 4 weeks. We got input from them for red lines, but NMOGA is they are a stakeholder in the process, and we are accepting red lines from them. But they do not control the decisions made by the Water Line.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sloan, I think it's also super relevant to note that the concerns about privity once again aren't relevant in rulemaking. There's no language in the rule or statute that says you can only bring a petition if you are not in privity with some previous petitioner. Right? Movements really want this rulemaking to be an adjudication. It's not.
The other thing I'll add is there's hints of the collateral estoppel argument that are resurfacing from Ms. Nanasi. You all heard that collateral estoppel briefing at the August hearing. And I believe that the Chairman Moander or Commissioner Moander asked specifically, are there any cases that you cite in a rulemaking context where collateral estoppel has been applied? And the answer was no. And if you think about the logical conclusion of that, if you can't bring a rulemaking change due to a policy change and initiative, when could NMED ever amend its rules, right? They're always going to be in privity with themselves as the department. Nothing in the statute or the rules says that you can't come back and make a policy change. There is no limitation. And in fact, in the WQCC's rules actually state that NMED is not treated any differently from any other party in rulemaking proceedings. And so I think we have to look at what the rules actually say, apply them uniformly, and realize that there is no privity test. And that is a fiction that the parties keep on bringing up into this case, but it does not exist anywhere within the law.
And Chair Thompson and Commissioner Sloan, following up on Mr. Sayer's comments about relevance, I think it's, we've heard a lot about how this is novel and unprecedented. I don't agree with that. I think it's quite common for folks who weren't satisfied with the first iteration of a rule to come back and ask the commission to look at certain aspects of a rule that are not workable. I think if memory serves, and Commissioner Brankard could correct me on this, that the greenhouse gas rules was one example where there were a number of iterations of the rule. Right. and there's guidance from the New Mexico courts on allowing the commission to continue going back and looking at its rules and making them better, because our ultimate goal is to have a workable, functioning rule that achieves outcomes. And when we're walking into uncharted territory, it's perfectly acceptable that it might not be perfect the first time around. And I think you would not be doing your duty if you didn't go back and revisit your rules every once in a while to make sure they're working. The triennial review is a perfect example. You're mandated by statute to go back every 3 years to look at that to make sure it's right. And I would just add, I think Ms. Sanasi, in addition to Water Alliance and my 3 clients, suggested that the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium is also in privity with us. And I think that exposes just how mistaken this belief is. As you all know, the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium was set up by the New Mexico Environment Department and I believe New Mexico State because the New Mexico Environment Department was concerned they didn't have the specific expertise to be able to dig into this, to be able to implement a rule to do what the legislature was asking. Notably absent from Reuse 1 was the Produced Water Consortium being able to testify and present their evidence to you all. But I don't think that that this assertion that they're somehow now part of either of our respective clients has any merit.
Commissioner Brancard.
Just one clarification, Commissioner Olson. This rule proposal is not some little revision to what the commission just passed, is it? This rule provision is completely repealing what the commission did before and replacing it with a new version that goes way beyond what the commission did before. Isn't that correct?
Commissioner Brancard, I would agree that it goes well beyond the first iteration of the regulation. And I think, as you all heard, I believe the Environment Department, when they initially proposed that first iteration of the rule, classified it as kind of a shell because they didn't have the remainder of the rule worked out yet. And I believe you, Commission, encouraged parties, including the Environment Department, to come back. I think, Commissioner Brancard, you yourself raised concern that that first rule proposal did not satisfy the requirements that you were asked to satisfy by the New Mexico legislature. There was awkward moments in deliberation of trying to fix those infirmities with the first rule. So it should be entirely unsurprising that nobody who is trying to work within the scope of or framework of this rule is satisfied with that initial outcome. And it should be unsurprising to the commission that folks are coming back saying, hey, yeah, let's move this forward in a way that doesn't stop New Mexico from being a leader in produced water research and a very important source of water for our state, which is facing severe scarcity and drought, particularly the corners of the state that don't have a stable water supply.
Commissioner Sloan.
I just wanted to follow up, I think, on something Mr. Sayre said about whether this, at this point, we were at an action point for disqualification was appropriate. I think you had said you thought it was early in the process or not appropriate at this.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sloan, make sure I understand your question. Because I'm not sure if I recall what it is I said.
I believe you said something about, I'm going to lose track of it too. It's been a long day.
Commissioner Sloan, could you pull the microphone a little closer?
I'm going to lose track of it as well. It's been a long day. I think it was whether this action, whether we're at a point where we've taken an action that was contemplated in the statute for recusal or the rule for recusal. Is this really an action that we should be thinking about disqualification, or is it farther down the road.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sloan, I do think in the brief as well, that we did argue and make statements about this particular decision, the July 8th decision, being something of a administrative / calendaring decision. And therefore, we absolutely believe that that is not a decision that has exposed any of the science supporting the petition. And so if indeed we, as the state of New Mexico, want to examine the science supporting reuse, which is, in our opinion, the necessary next step, we think that is the step that the commission must take. We must hold a public hearing where the science can be heard by all. We have the hearing is the venue that needs to be put together so that the science can be heard. And ultimately, if the commission hears the science and says it's still not close enough, so be it. We know that there's more science than the science that was put in the record in reuse 1.
If I may, Commissioner, I mean, it's hard to say that anybody's prejudged the new science here from 24 and 25, because I think the vast majority of you have not heard it yet. And so how could you prejudge the issue in front of you until you hear the evidence?
Any more questions from the commission? Okay, we ready to move on? We're done with these witnesses? All right, what I would propose is that we take a 15-minute break, and then we will reconvene at 2:45, and we will begin our deliberations. Okay. Let's call meeting back into session. At this time, I think we're ready to deliberate the motions that are before the commission. But before we do that, does anybody have any questions they would like to ask either of the parties? So all the questions and issues have been asked. Council Nanasi asked me, it's going to take me a second to find it. Have you got it? She asked me to read the rule in 20.1.102 regarding recusal. Thank you. Oh, bless your heart. It's a Macintosh. Yes. So this is 20.1.6.102, which is the general provisions in the New Mexico Administrative Code regarding recusal, and it specifically pertains to the Water Quality Control Commission. No commission member shall participate in any action in which his or her impartiality or fairness may reasonably be questioned, and the member shall recuse himself or herself in any such action by giving notice to the commission and the general public by announcing this recusal on the record. In making a decision to recuse himself or herself, the commission member may rely upon the Governmental Conduct Act sections 10-16-1 through 10-16-18 NMSA the Financial Disclosures Act, and the sections 10-16A-1 through 10-16A-8 NMSA. So to clarify, I didn't read it very carefully. There are two issues or two acts that it refers to. One is the Governmental Conduct Act, and the second is the Financial Disclosure Act. And then it concludes with a little phrase, or any other relevant authority. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And that's 20.1.6.102. Anybody wants to look it up. Okay, so here we stand. What are the thoughts of the commission?
Commissioner Bayless, I think that anybody who wants to recuse themselves should do so.
And so I understand you're suggesting that we recuse ourselves individually and not deal with the motions that are before us?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Zatos. Watch that finger. Please. Commissioner Bayless.
Thank you. I am not going to recuse myself. I didn't get the memo. I haven't seen the memo. No one in my department has talked to me about the memo or anything else in terms of how I should vote or what I should think or how I should lean. So I just haven't, I'm one of the 7 that's targeted, and I would like to get myself untargeted, and you know why.
Anybody else? So, Commissioner Bayless, let me just ask, if your superior, cabinet secretary, serves on the commission when we hear this issue, the produce water treatment and reuse rule, will that person be disqualified?
Well, that person has already recused himself. My boss, Toby, I'm with Parks. My boss, Toby Velasquez, recused himself at the beginning of the produced water hearings for personal reasons. So we're already recused twice, or we're recused once. And let me state again for the record is Toby Velasquez would never tell me how to vote. He would he's not that kind of person. He has integrity. But and so I've never heard any inclination from him about what my position on produced water should be.
Okay, thank you. It's very quiet. Okay. So, yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Member Bayless, for your suggestion, was that referring to all of the members or just the ones that were implicated in the motions?
I don't know that I thought that my thinking was that wide. I was thinking of myself. But I thought this would be an opportunity for people who wanted to or who could, because there's been such a changeover in people here. I'm looking around to see who was here in July and August. There aren't that many familiar faces from that period.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I hate to throw a wrench in the process, but it seems like the process is that we have to deal with the motions in a dispositive way.
Yes, I agree. So my first question, I guess, of the commission is, there are 3 motions. Do we all agree to consider them as one issue, or do we want to vote on them separately? And my second question, as Commissioner Brancard, I think, suggested, was that there are 2 issues contained. The first is whether to overturn the vote on July 8 to hear the proposal by water. And then the second is to whether or not 7 of the commissioners should be disqualified. So let's deal with the first one. Is the commission in agreement that we'll just consider all 3 as a single motion?
Sorry, there were 2. What is the third? I'm sorry. I'm just hoping you would say the 3 motions, the disqualification, the overturn, and
No, there were 3 motions. One was, and I forget, help me, submitted by
3 motions, 2 issues.
Yes, 3 motions, 2 issues. Students are always confused. It doesn't stop me from giving them tests. Thoughts? Commissioner Fry.
Chair Thompson, if your question is if we're considering them separately or all together, I guess I would prefer to consider them each separately. That will help to organize our discussion, I think.
Yeah, except that they're duplicative to a very large extent. Commissioner Sloan.
Mr. Chair, it seems like if you decide to overturn the decision made on July 8th, you never reach the disqualifying. And if you don't decide to overturn July 8th, then you have to make the disqualifying decision. So
yeah,
they're connected in that regard, but they're still separate decisions.
Mr. Chair, so just so I could get an understanding, are you, when you say, because we said the 3 on 2 issues, are you asking us, do we want to take all 3 of these motions in one load and break them out into the 2 issues? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that one of the options?
I'm looking for suggestions on how to proceed, and that is
an option.
To my way of thinking is one option combined. And I guess really the way it has to go is one of the commissioners has to make a motion that we've had the request from the parties, but we need a motion from a commissioner. Commissioner Brancard.
What the heck? I move that the Water Quality Control Commission vacate its decision of July 8th, setting this case for hearing. If I may explain why.
Please.
Okay. I'll try to do 2 reasons. The first one is that, heck, I've been opposed to this petition since the beginning, voted against it once before. Still don't see what the reason why we're doing this hearing. I I mean, if the Alliance has a good idea, they should have gone to the Environment Department with it. I don't know why we're considering their proposal when it's really the Environment Department who has the responsibility of implementing this statute. It's a difficult statute to implement, and without the Environment Department leading the process, I don't think this is a legitimate way. That is I guess, in contradiction to Council Nanasi's perspective. I think that the decision to have or not have a rulemaking is completely discretionary on the part of the commission. And you don't need science, you don't need a lack of science. It's just, do we want to have a hearing or not? I don't think we should. Now, my second reason relates more to the discussion about today. Okay, and I will take the commissioner chair and council back a few months to that day when we attended an argument in front of the Court of Appeals on a case involving an appeal of a commission decision. Okay, and during that argument, you can correct me if I got this wrong, the judges repeatedly brought up the fact that in this process, and this is the concerned citizens and nuclear safety triad dispute, that over the history of that process, there was ethical misdeeds by a commission hearing officer and later by the commission chair. And neither of those individuals were involved in the ultimate decision that was being appealed to the court. But the court was so bothered by how the commission had reacted to those ethical misdeeds that it clearly tainted court's perspective on the entire case. And what I thought was going to be an easy win for the commission turned out to be a loss. So I think it's important because I think we have created, the governor, the administration, the executive branch has created a taint in this rulemaking, and it would be best to simply stop it and start all over again with somebody else proposing a new rule in this case. So there, I've said it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Laney. Okay. So you have made a motion? And I don't hear a second. I was just going to ask, is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, are you before we got to the second, were you asking for discussion?
We'll have a discussion after the motion has
Okay.
been seconded.
Thank you.
And I think it was seconded by Commissioner Bayless. Okay, so before we vote on it, so the motion is to vacate the action that the commission took on July 8th. And now would be an opportunity for discussion. Commissioner Fry. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if it's going to help, but I have two ways of thinking about this. Because of the appearance that was the result of Kenny's email, it could be useful to vacate, to reset, and go back and go through the process again. Hopefully not with, commissioners being replaced at a regular basis. And I think I also agree with Commissioner Bayless that part of that reset could be we see if anyone needs to recuse themselves. So that's one school of thought. My other thought is when we set the sunset on the first rule, we set it for 2030. And the discussion was, no, we don't have to wait till 2030 to consider new rules. And then with that, I'm thinking about 20.1.6.200, where any person may file a petition to adopt, amend, or repeal any regulations. So I can't say that I would change my vote in that matter. But I can see that a reset to establish that the commission is operating with conscience, attention to law, which I'm not an expert on, but I try. I don't see that trying to do a reset would hurt by vacating.
So let me ask, just for clarification, are you arguing in favor or opposition?
I just presented my thoughts.
Others? Commissioner McWilliams.
Yes, Chair, what would that look like if we vacated that and we allowed a reset? Would the same parties be allowed to bring before the commission a rule for another vote on the hearing?
Council?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, there's nothing in the statute or the regulations that would prohibit the same parties to refile.
However, let me add, the parties, I think, have gotten a pretty clear sense of the opinions of the commission and particularly that we would hope that they would work with the Environment Department. And so it might look very different. Commissioner Sloan?
Mr. Chair, I guess I'm struggling with this idea that we shouldn't hear what is potentially new information that the commission anticipated would come at some point. Is it too early? Is it not? I don't know. I haven't heard the information. So I don't know why we would not proceed with the hearing. That's one. The second thing that I would point out is that in the instances of disqualification and in the one that you heard recently, those were all instances where individual commissioners did specific things, said specific things, and were, I believe the case was that the chair or somebody got a job with Los Alamos during that hearing. And so that's clearly a challenge to some ethical issues. I don't believe that the current accusations are. I kind of resent the idea that I'm unable to be impartial and to look at the facts and make a reasoned decision. But that's my view.
Commissioner Bayless?
I would anticipate that in between now and 2030, there would be many requests for viewing additional scientific information, maybe every 6 months, maybe every year. But it seems to me if somebody wants to come before the commission and say, I've got new scientific information, and not get in one of those no it ain't, no it yes it is kind of things, that we should accept opportunities to take in new scientific information nearly on demand.
Thank you.
Chair Thompson, I'll just
Yes, ma'am.
add to that too.
Please.
From what I understand from the hearing officer, it's sounding very much like we're not going to even hear it for what, close to a year. And by that point, yeah, there could be new scientific evidence. So I think it's a big enough discussion, big enough decision that to allow parties to bring up what they believe is new, useful information. I guess I support being able to hear petitions as they come up.
Commissioner Brankart.
I'm going to have a slightly contrarian point of view here about the whole notion of the importance of science here. While the Environment Department did testify that they didn't think there was enough science to support a whole lot of regulation, I think the commission's analysis was that this is an extremely challenging statute to implement because it's not just about discharge permits. It's about transportation, it's about storage, discharge, about reuse and disposition. Okay, that's a whole stream of things that needs to be implemented. And I don't think the Environment Department was really on top of that. And that's what I would be looking at in a new regulation, is whether the Environment Department really has that whole process fairly regulated. Of course, there's the second issue, which is the real 800-pound gorilla, which keeps getting brought up, which is we still really don't know what's in fracking. And I think that's something that could be solved with a little bit of imagination, and a little bit of work with the industry, but I don't see any progress on that stumbling block.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I guess that's exactly the kind of issue that I would hope that a hearing would push people towards. You know, what is that standard that needs to be set that can allow for or not movement, discharge, whatever? I mean, do we have to have it be equivalent to distilled water before we're willing to move it, put it on anything? Maybe that's where it ends up. I don't really know because I don't know the science. But I would imagine that going through the process and setting a standard to be met in order to do that would help people move technology forward.
Other comments, thoughts? We've got a motion. Are we ready to vote? Okay, it looks like we are. And the motion is to vacate the action we took on July 8th.
Mr. Chair, for clarity, a yes vote then would be to not hold a hearing, and a no vote would be to go forward with the hearing. Correct?
Yes. Anybody else? We ready to vote? Okay, on this one, I would like to make it a roll call vote. So if hearing no objections, Ms. Jones, would you call the roll?
I will. Commissioner Anderson, your vote on the motion?
No.
Commissioner Bayless,
Yes.
Commissioner Brankard,
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman,
Yes.
Commissioner Langer,
Yes.
Commissioner Fry,
Yes.
Commissioner McWilliams.
I abstained from the original vote
Oh,
in July,
okay.
so I will abstain from this vote as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosatos,
Yes.
Commissioner Sloan,
No.
Commissioner Chair Thompson,
No.
Commissioner Vehil,
No.
Commissioner Laney.
Yes.
All right, let's see. This motion passed. Wait a minute. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes in the affirmative. 4 votes negative and 1 abstention.
Okay. I think we're largely done with this issue then. And we have vacated the action taken in July. And so the other issue, whether to disqualify certain commissioners, is moot. Is that correct? Okay. So this has been a very, very difficult conversation. I appreciate all parties, both the proponents and the opponents. And I especially appreciate the discussion amongst the commissioners. Is there anything else to discuss on this agenda item, WQCC 25-34? If there's not, then agenda item number 7 is to set a date for our next meeting.
Chair Thompson, that's December 9th. And we do have the Hobbs matter and the Terrace Arroyo matter.
Yes. Okay. So our next meeting will be, and I believe that's a Tuesday as well. We're going back to, normally it's our second Tuesday. And so our next meeting will be Tuesday, the 9th. Any further discussion? Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thank you.